Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I'm your host, Justin D. Morgan, and I was hoping that UPS would get here before I went live, but no. It's 2 days till Christmas, of course. They're going to be, way late. Assuming they even deliver and don't do something like, he's too far away, we'll just deliver it the 26th. But anyways, let's see here who we have in the chat that has not been lost, late, misdirected, or lazily not delivered before Christmas. We have Francois. Yes, Francois, it looks like you were first. We have All Things DG. Hi, All Things DG. Hi, Francois. We have Callan. Hi, Callan. For me, for sure. Yes, I was looking for some items, and one of them was, staring me in the face, and yet I was still looking for it. Wanted to make sure I had at least one of the LTEs for tonight's laptop. Oh, and we have Mikey N6IL. Hi, Mikey. You're live and I'm at work eating an apple. All right. Well, I did start early because, I was off from work. All right, so before we get to the LTEs, I have some things to get through. For tactical reasons, I am going to do the things you all have sent me after everybody's favorite segment.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our favorite segment, Wheel of Regrets. Here's your host, Justin D. Morgan.
Hey, who comes up with these titles anyway?
And depending on when UPS gets here, it might not be the only one of those segments. But let's see here. We have 3 packages from eBay, the place where I buy the things I later regret. I have one that's I've already opened but didn't pull the item out because after I opened it I realized it was an eBay item. I have one item that is not open because I knew it was an eBay item. And then we have the Francois, this is the Wheel of Never Delivered. Well, we'll see about that. I think their email did say that it might be delivered as late as 10 p.m., but I don't know that they specified the time zone. So, yeah, that's the time of year. But we have 3 packages. We will start with the one that I have already opened. It is, we'll call it a small bubble wrap package from an eBay seller in Washington State. So, hi to all my eBay sellers in Washington State. And I guess viewers, too. And we have look at this! They have eBay tape! I wish I could get some eBay tape for when I do sell things on eBay. Although I don't want the the Heart World eBay tape, because that might be a bit awkward. Shouldn't it be Wheel of Regrets for a more meme-tastic segment intro? It probably should be, but... well, I went with Wheel of Regrets, and, what we will keep going for. Yes, I like the eBay sellers that use the eBay tape. It does appear as if they did not use brand new postal service packaging, so +1 for that. Alright, they did put it in an anti-static bag, so plus another 1 for that. Alan says they can print whatever they want on it as long as it's free. Yeah, I guess so. I don't know that it's free, though. I think you actually have to have an eBay store, which costs money to get eBay tape. So that's probably not going to happen anytime soon. I don't sell enough. We have... Ooh. We have an Ether link. XL PCI card. This should be a 10100 network card. The bracket is slightly bent. I hope they didn't do that to fit it in the envelope, but I'm suspecting they did because I don't remember the card being bent in the picture, but it looks like I got it unbent, like, right there. Anyways, this is a PCI 10100 network card. It has, from what I could tell, decent DOS and OS2 support, or at least I think it supports OS2. So anyways, you could probably tell what I'll be using this for at some point, but not necessarily tonight. Let's see, all things DG asking, so do earlier LTEs and SLTs not suffer from the broken belt issue? If they have citizen drives, then they most certainly do. RetroTick Chris could probably better answer which of the Compaq ones have belts and which are direct drive, because I don't remember. Or Jesse, maybe. But Jesse's not in the chat yet. Hi, Chris. Welcome. Well, we got a network card. Yay. All right. 10100 network card. LTE Elite, Chris says. Oh, hi, Kevin. We have Kevin Moonlight here. Kevin Moonlight says, W1D the worst. Yes. They're really bad. All right. So this next potential eBay regret comes to me from an eBay seller in Fort Worth, Texas. So hi to all my eBay sellers in Texas. And, of course, viewers, too. This is Wheel of Regrets. All right. We are 2 for 2 for sellers that are not reusing Postal Service property to package precious purchases. And if I could do any more alliteration, I would be a poet. And we have more 10100 PCI network cards because I bought 2. In fact, I think this one was like $9.99. Conveniently, that's what the price tag on it says. We appreciate your business. We are striving for 5-star feedback. All right, well, I will have to remember to leave them feedback. Anyways. Yeah, let's see here. Alan says, I need to order one of those for my StarMax. It didn't like the one I tried to use in it. Chris says, I'm writing 16-bit Windows applications today, writing an application to drive the Naboo. Naboo! Mikey says, yeah, should be DOS packet driver for most of those similar 3COM Etherlink cards. Yep, that's what I thought. And we have Trina. Hi, Trina. Don't forget, Trina will be doing a 12-hour of MemTest 86 Plus stream tomorrow for Christmas Eve, so go check that out. And at least stop by at some point and enjoy the sights and sounds of MemTest 86. And say hi to Trina. I think Trina said she would find some stream-friendly music to play while it's mem testing, so you could join the stream just to listen to some, I think, seasonal stream-friendly music. So I think that's from, I forget the times. Trina will probably chime in what the times of the stream are, but... Francois. Francois is wrong. It'll be MemTest 89 Plus. Yeah, Trina says, I have the music all ready to go. All right, well, you can check that out tomorrow. All right, so this last potential eBay regret, unless I get a notification that UPS has delivered packages, but I'm actually not expecting them to deliver anything before like 9 o'clock because it is 2 days before Christmas. And yeah, that's about UPS for you. Let's see here. This came from an eBay seller in San Jose, California. So hi to all my eBay sellers in California, as well as any viewers. And what do we have in here? Well, this may not be as big of a surprise as people might think, but, well, we will go and look in here. I cannot see the chat because the box flap's kind of covering things. We have some packing foam. All right. I like to see nicely packed items. And let's see here. We should have 1, 2, 3. Excellent. All right. So I'm going to take these out of the box. So, oh, I should probably zoom out. Sorry. All right. So we've got item number 1. People can guess what these might be. We have item number 1. We have item number 2. And we have, this is definitely not a Trident card, item number 3. I figured that one was probably a bit obvious, so. And in fact, I think I will go in reverse order because of the way I just stacked those up on my bench. All right, so for item number 3, oh, we have SadMac 356. Hi, SadMac, welcome. All right, we have a, oh, there's a motherboard standoff in here. So we have a, Trina says, I'm guessing the newest PCIe video cards for the first 2 packages. Smiley face. All right, well, I'll let you all guess the other 2 because I kind of spoiled this one. But we have a motherboard. But not just any motherboard. We have another eBay seller's broken motherboard. Sorry, I'm making some fun of the way Greg Salazar starts off every single one of his repair videos. And here we have another viewer's broken gaming PC. But in this case, it is a eBay seller's broken motherboard, and no, they may not have it back if I get it fixed. Sadback says, I'm going to guess not DVDs this time. That would be correct, unfortunately. What do we have here? We have a VIP motherboard. Francois says, if you're bored, I can send you my e-waste for free. Well, international shipping could be a killer, but if you have any cool e-waste you would like to see me try to repair on the stream, well, I'm all for it. But we have a VIP motherboard here. And the reason I bought it is because I kind of thought I might know what's damaged. So the eBay seller described it as having some socket damage and some bent pins. And we're going to zoom into this. I see bent pin city down here, but I actually don't think either of these 2 items is a deal breaker, because I don't think any of these are shorted, and I can like slightly bend them back into place for testing. And actually, I think the socket damage is superficial. So I will probably just have to carve this plastic off so that the CPU will go in the socket, but I was pretty sure this was superficial socket damage and easily straightened pins, but I suspect it didn't work for an entirely different reason. And I'm surprised no one has like pointed out in the chat, but Justin, I think that thing has a missing chip. Well, I did too. Because there should be a 9th cache chip on this board. And I bet this board does not work with that chip missing. Francois says, sadly, the 2 broken motherboards I had, I actually gave away to steal stuff to make a workshop to make little figures from components. Ah, bummer. Oh, hey, Christian. We have Christian Iverson here. Welcome. Yes, looks like a cute 46 motherboard, he says. Yes. It's a VIP motherboard, and it has 2 VESA local bus slots. We have a VIP. So there's our VESA local bus. That's the V. We have ISA. That's the I. And we have the PCI. That's the P. So we got VIP. And I think that's why this one's broken. I think the things the eBay seller described are probably not why the board didn't work when they, I'm sure, tested it and it didn't work. I mean, there might be a few shorted pins in there, but I suspect the missing cache chip and probably this little piece of plastic that I'm just going to have to cut off so that the CPU will make a good contact. I'm thinking that's what's actually broken here. I could be totally wrong, and this might be a money-losing proposition here, but hey, at least There's no battery damage on this thing, unlike the other motherboards. We'll be looking at Thursday for the December motherboard madness. So yes, this one is in the repair pile for Thursday. And we have Mega in the chat. Ahoy, Mega. All right, so that is potential regret number 1. We will see on Thursday if I am correct at what actually will fix it and what were the red herring symptoms. All right, I will stick this in a safe place that I will probably forget where I put it. All right, I think we will go for item number 2, which I am going to have to zoom out for. This is probably the heaviest item in the box. I am dwelling for a moment to see if anyone might be able to make sense of what this is. I will, not that most people know how big my hands are, I will put my hand on top of it to give you a general idea of how big this is. Sadly, I think Chris might be the only one in the chat that I've shaken hands with, so this may or may not be a good size reference. Oh, maybe I could go upstairs and get a banana from the kitchen like that Facebook Marketplace computer seller. Put a banana on top of the computer for size reference, because we all know bananas only come in one size. That suggestion is just bananas. Mikey says something 5 1/4 inch-ish. Can't get anything past Mikey. All right, let's start to unwrap this bubble wrap burrito here. Christian says Americans will use anything but the metric system. Sadly, that's probably why they use the banana. Oh man, there's not enough bubble wrap for this to be much of a secret much longer. Uh-oh. The brand name's starting to be revealed. Oh my, what do we have here? Trina says, so true, Christian. Uh-oh, is that a QIC? Francois says, banana for scale. Oh, yeah. All right, enough of that silliness. We have a probably dead Bigfoot hard drive, but I couldn't resist. Because this is not a Bigfoot you see every day. All right, let's Sadmac says, oh no, a quantum. Yeah. It's a quantum. If it was a Connor, I would say it's a goner. So if it's a quantum, it's a I can't think of a word that rhymes with quantum that implies that it's probably toast. Because you don't see this every day. This is a quantum Bigfoot TS evaluation unit. Like Francois says, its wave function collapsed. Yeah. Yeah. Sadmac says evaluation unit Bigfoot. Yeah. Firmware. Well, I guess it's got firmware A21.0F. We'll see if that means fun or failure. Made in Japan. Note, requires 6 30-second UNC mounting screws. That means business. All right, so it looks like the labels are intact. This thing weighs like more than I remember them weighing. Probably because I'm older, so yeah. There's the window that I always liked seeing on these Bigfoot drives. I think you can see the very edge of the platter in there. So at least that part of the platter looks like it's intact. On some of these, you can actually see the head moving in the window. I don't know if this is one of them, though. But, I mean, it looks like it's intact. Chris says, Quantum Bigfoot, the definition of machoism. Yeah. Callan says, there's nothing wrong with it that a hammer can't fix. Mikey says, at least you know what screws you need. Yeah, I know. Christian says, don't they spin at something like 3,600 RPM? Recall them having a very distinct vibration frequency. Yes. These only spin at like 3,600 RPM. However, I don't think they're quite as bad as we remember them, although they are bad. But I don't think they're quite as bad as we remember them because they have a larger platter. So even though they are spinning slower, in the outer tracks of the drive, you have way more sectors per cylinder. So I think on the outer tracks, the performance is decent. Now, I think once you start getting into the inner tracks and 3,600 RPM and all those latencies, yeah. Ugh. Mega says, I love Bigfoot drives. I don't have any working Bigfoot drives, so I had to take the opportunity to get an evaluation unit. And we might evaluate this drive tonight. You know, that could be fun to evaluate this drive tonight. Well, let's get through the last item in Wheel of Regrets, and then we'll actually give an item a regret score, and then we'll get to the LTE laptops. How about that? Something to warm up to, so to speak. Oh, you know, it would probably help if I put the motherboard in its anti-static bag so that I don't accidentally create more faults with it than what's hopefully a few bent pins and a missing cache chip. Chris says, something tells me you still don't have any working Bigfoot drives. That sadly might be the case. Kevin Moonlight's laughing, yeah. All right, so does anyone want to take a guess at what this card is? All right, for reference, because I apparently have misplaced my metric tape measure, and yes, I actually do have a metric tape measure. Oh, it's upstairs. I'm not going upstairs to get it. We will use a standard 3D printed save icon for our unit of measurement. And I think this item is like 1, 2, 3, like 3.3 and a quarter, 3.25 inch disc. Actually, yeah, maybe it's more like 3.5 inch discs wide. Unfortunately, the tall is not quite as good of a measurement system, but I think this is a bad disc, so unfortunately, I could use some more floppy disks. They're getting hard to find these days. Mega says industrial board. That is actually a good guess. Mikey says, Quantum uses special liquid rubber inside their drives. Mega says, no idea why they made it so small given how big the thing is. Yeah. No, this is not an industrial board. However, it does have a PCI connector on it. Oh. Logo uncovered. Bummer. No, I forgot where the logo was on the item. Well, there you go. It is Sun branded. So, it doesn't go in an industrial computer, but it does go into a workstation. Mega says, oh, I watched the In Commander video on that last night. Oh, did I by chance not be... yeah, probably got beat to it. Alright, well, let's just rip the Band-Aid off, because I suspect I was beat to it. But anyways, I was searching eBay, the place where I buy the things I later regret. And I didn't know this existed, and I bought it because December. Oh, it was 4 years ago. Okay. Well, maybe this December I might be the first, but anyways, we have a Sun PCI. The chip was a little bit loose. This is a Sun PCI, which basically is a DOS compatibility card for PCI Sun workstations. We have, I think this is an SIS chipset because, of course, Sun cheaped out and used an SIS chipset. It does have some level 2 cache here. Socket 7 processor. We got 2 DIMM slots. I think this was in their cost-cutting era where they were trying to go cheap. We have an ESS. Oh, is that actually the 1869? I believe that might actually be the ESS 1869. So, if that is what I'm actually reading, come on, focus. Oh, yeah, that's actually a quite competent sound chip. And, oh, we have a Mitsubishi battery. I don't think I've seen a Mitsubishi coin cell battery in a while. But there we go. Ultra DOS ahead Mikey's asking. Well, we'll have to see. Well, I'll have... so this is the spoiler for next Tuesday's live stream. Because we'll be looking at the Sun, because I gotta install Solaris before we'll be able to install a DOS-based operating system on this thing. Now, the one thing I am curious about, I'm thinking this just uses standard DRAM, so I'm hoping that won't be a problem. I know what processor this should be from the part number, but we are going to go for a live reveal of 2 things. Chris says, don't look directly at the Sun. Yeah. All right, so we are going to check 2 things here. Number 1, has this processor been tampered with at any point in this product's life history? And number 2, did Sun use thermal paste? Yes, it does use the host storage, yes. And no, I do not know what the connector on the top does. It's probably for an add-on board that is unobtainium. Anyways, yeah, it is socket 7. So I do know that does limit what this could be. And, ooh, okay, it does feel as if there's thermal paste here. Oh yeah. Yeah, we all right. Luckily, they used a... Luckily, the heatsink is the size that I can remove it from the processor. All right, so we have an AMD K6 2 or 3 that is quite stuck to the heatsink. Trina says, most likely that heatsink is stuck to the CPU. Yes, I would agree. I'm trying to look to see if it is thermal paste or thermal glue, and I guess the thing to tell that would be if I gently pry with a spudger and it starts to, and I only want to use a spudger, then it's going to be thermal paste, and well, that'll be one thing we do on Tuesday is we will repaste it. So good job, Sun. You might have cheaped out on some of the parts of this board, but at least you put thermal paste on it. So that's at least good for a few credibility points. I've, of course, misplaced the spudger. It probably fell on the floor during Dave's stream. Oh, yes, it did fall on the floor during Dave's stream. Well, oh, here we go. For expedience purposes, I will just grab another spudger here and move on. All right. Mega's guessing a K6-2. That's what it should be, if no one's upgraded it. Oh. I think... I actually think this might actually be... Either it is, like, really... No. It's glued. This is glued to the heatsink. This thing's not coming off. All right, well, we will just have to leave that to a mystery. Although it probably is a K62, since since it feels like it's glued. Let me double check the part number in case the seller had two. If I can remember what the part number I bought was. Oh, there's not a label on that side. Is there a label on this side? MSKB. All right. I think it's probably the K62-300. I'm going to say Mega says thermal tape for sure. Yeah, whatever it is, well, I mean, I do know that the whatever it is, I can't tell what it is, and it's quite adhered. So, in the interest of not breaking a processor that I don't have an immediate replacement for, we'll just we'll drop it back in the socket. Christian says acetone bath when well, if it's thermal tape, then I think we're fine. It's thermal. If it's thermal tape and that well adhered, then well, I'll only bother if I have signs that there's a thermal issue. If it's thermal glue, then well, it's cured, and I don't know that cured thermal glue has issues with drying out. So, anyways, yeah. So, yeah, it's probably the K62-300. It's probably been there since it shipped. We'll find out more when we take a look at this next week. Oh, this might be the label I was looking for right here. Nope, that's just the FCC ID. 3B-01. I'm pretty sure it's the 300. Oh, there's the jumpers. Let me see what the jumper table on the back says. See, that's for voltage. Oh, that's right. Oh, that's interesting. There's a jumper setting for no CPU, despite the fact that this requires a CPU to work. That's really weird. All right. Hopefully that's just some superficial damage. That's kind of worrying. All right, well, we'll have more fun with this next week. All right, let's see if I can find some way of quickly testing the Bigfoot drive. Oh, for anyone worried that we will have Flicker Fest for the testing that Sun card, I have a PCI video card for my son. It supposedly supports more standard resolution, so hopefully we can install Solaris with a minimum of weird flickering from non-standard refresh rates. All right, let me go grab a computer that will like the Bigfoot. All right, let's see here. I have one. Oh, I think I've got one. All right. We're going to just pick this one that was right here in the first place. All right, so this is my Pentium 3 system. Correction, Pentium 2 system. I had both in it, so therefore the slight confusion as to what I had. I think this might be the one that I had trouble with in a previous December of getting Windows 98 installed on it, because I had a beefy video card and a beefy amount of RAM, and came to a live stream long realization that Windows 98 does not support the beefy video card I had or the beefy amount of RAM I had, so I had to reduce both. All right, so let's first make sure that this computer will power up. All right, so, I'll have to flip the power switch. You know, I could at least plug the sound card in case we get any weird sounds. Let's see here. Let me grab a... we'll just use this PS2 keyboard here. I'm sure the HP keyboard will be disappointed to know that it is simply plugged into a generic computer. I think the keyboard connector is the one on the bottom. All right, let me turn on the smart outlets. All right, and first make sure this works, and then we'll plug in the... Helps when you flip the power switch into the correct direction for powering it up. Alright, so we should have... Alright, we do have our MIM test. Yes, this is a Pentium 2 MMX 450 megahertz, and there's 256 megabytes of RAM installed. The original configuration that it was not happy with was a gigabyte of RAM and a 512 megabyte video card. And apparently I pressed the magic key too slowly, so we will be booting into Windows, but at least it's a Pentium 2 450, so it'll be fairly quick. I always forget if it's F5 or F8 that brings up the menu. Obviously, I've got the keyboard plugged into the correct port, so that's not the problem. Yeah. Oh, hi, Mofus. Welcome. Mofus says P2 450. All right, we have the sound volume maximized. I think I was testing a Mac 512 and was not sure if the sound was just really quiet or non-existent, and had the speaker turned up and forgot. So, anyways, yay. It's F8. Yes, I pressed F8, but I must have just missed it, even though I made the computer beep before Windows started booting. Okay, so I have confirmed the computer does work. I also believe I have a spare IDE channel. So let me see if I can't find the other end of the cable. Oh, that's the floppy cable. Also, my cable management is not the greatest. But then again, neither was vintage computer cable management. Oh, you can't see what I'm doing because I need to turn on cable cam. All right, here is the spare end of the IDE cable that I think I might have plugged in backwards, but I can't tell. Mofus says, computer works and sound works, our ears hurts. Yeah, sorry. All right, let's see here. Let's plug in the IDE cable. Let's see here. I need to change the jumper. It is currently set to cable select. I believe I simply need to remove the cable select jumper, which I just carefully did now. I believe that is the only thing I need to do, and now the drive should be configured for the second drive in the channel. Then we will plug in the power. And unfortunately, the my IDE cable is not long enough to... Yeah, I don't want to drop it or I will smash the not-so-beefy video card. I think I ended up with a 32 megabyte video card in here. Yeah, that... Oh, the jumper. Yeah, I was trying not to drop the drive either. All right. Well, I think it spun up. All right. Let's... I may have to turn on an... Oh, no, maybe my audio filter is working, but... Oh, and I'm auto-detecting. All right. The furnace kicked on. It is kind of cold outside, so... All right, so let's see if I can hit the F8 key at the proper time. Okay, it did detect. Ah, and I did not press it at the proper time. But we did detect, as you can see, UDMA2, 6.4 gigabytes. I don't have a mouse plugged in. That is a correct error. Sonic Adventure in a couple seconds. Oh, hey, Kibbs, welcome. Kibbs says spam F8. Yeah, should have. All right. So we are potentially waiting for Windows to decide that I have... Oh, that's neat. My zip drive is the B drive. I didn't remember that. Well, I do not see a partition. All right. All right, let's go to MS-DOS mode. And we will run fdisk, and we do want to enable large disk support. Okay, so we are seeing 2 fixed disks. That's a good sign. And we've got disk 2. And let's go ahead and create a DOS partition. All right, that's why Windows did not see it, is because no partitions. So we're going to create a partition. And we'll try formatting it. Well, I don't like the fact that it went from 55% to 0%. That's not a good sign. Went to 0% again. Uh-oh. Not sure who called it first in the chat, but I'm hearing somewhat concerning noise. Yeah, Trina says, I think your drive is bad. Yeah, let's see how bad of a decision I made. I might be running, Oh, okay, good. The seller does accept returns. They did say the drive was tested. So it looks like the Sunboard, if there's something wrong with it, then I should be able to return it. The motherboard, they might try to get me on that it's parts only. But they did tell eBay they accept returns. And the drive says it's tested, accept returns through January 22nd. So anyways, I have a live stream where I am trying to partition it on the day I received it. And let's see here. Mega says, never seen it restart. I've never seen it restart too, and it has done it multiple times. Rufus says, put your ear near it. Maybe you will hear help from inside. Yeah, I basically hear the universal sound of your hard drive is dying. It's, clunkety clonking. Unless it doesn't like the fact that it's upside down or I've got it misjumpered. So I guess before we draw the conclusion it's a bad drive, let me look up the jumper settings for the Quantum Bigfoot 6.4 AT. It would appear as if Bigfoot remains elusive. There we go. Quantum Bigfoot TS. On Seagate's website. That is just so weird to see. Alright, so... okay, I do have it correctly jumpered. Because I don't have a cable select system. So... I'm just curious if it'll even make it to... oh, it spun up. It is spinning. I can tell the drive is spinning. I hear it spinning. It's like the little engine that could. Except it seems like it's the little hard drive that could not. Yeah, it feels like it's spinning at constant speed. It's not spinning up and down, in other words. Well, yeah, I had the noise filter turned on because otherwise then we have worse sound problems. But I will turn the filtering off momentarily to let you hear the sound of a quantum hard drive. Oh, excellent. Actually, I think UPS has been here, so while you all enjoy the ambiance of failure... yeah, I'm not dressing that one up. Trina says, yeah. I say pull the plug on that drive. Yeah, I even turned the dinosaur off so you could better hear the drive. You only hear it while you're talking. Oh. Is that better? I have all the I have all the filters turned off now, so... Anyways, let me go upstairs and grab the packages that UPS just left on my porch. Since we're still in Wheel of Regrets mode, and I'll let you all enjoy the last minute or two of this drive's power up before I tell the eBay seller, take back your failing drive. And then I remembered UPS had 2 items for me, but not both of them are potential regrets. Right. Okay. This one's okay. That one's not going to fit on my bench. All right. It's dead, Jim. All right. There we go. All right. So I have fetched the packages from upstairs. Turned on the filters. I will put the big bad quantum Bigfoot hard drive back in its anti-static bag. And I will let the eBay seller know that the hard drive did not survive. And that is assuming they actually tested it. Yes, the drive did not pass go. It will not collect $200 of stream revenue. It is going directly to eBay return jail. All right, so let's get this nice Pentium 2 system out of the way so we can get this Costco box here up in my chair because it's not going to fit on the bench in its current state. So this Costco box comes to us from California. So, well, I've already said hi to all my eBay sellers in California and viewers too. So, let's see here. Oh, we had a couple people come in while I was upstairs grabbing packages because UPS was, of course, later than the rest of them. All right. Mofa says, maybe it was damaged in shipping. That is possibly. We have Joe. It is Joe. Hi, Joe. Maybe a delivery guy was a football fan and the package had a hard touchdown. Yes. So Jesse says, hi, Jesse. So the delivery person isn't a Bears fan. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I should put the jumper back on that drive so that they do not ding me for that. Yes. Or when they, again, do not test the drive before relisting it. Yes, I will put the jumper back on. It is a very tiny jumper. All right, let's see if I can even. It is so tiny, I had trouble removing it. I am going to use needle nose pliers to put it back on the drive. All right, so I will put it back on the cable select position where it came from, and there we go. The jumper is now on the drive. Thank you for reminding me, Mega. Oh, hi, Mike's Future Retro. Mike's Future Retro says Merry Christmas. Yes, Merry Christmas, Mike. All right. So now that I have put the jumper back on the drive, let's get to the last potential eBay regret from California. I kind of wish Gut Bomb was here in the chat because, well, all right, you can place your bets as to what's in the big Costco box, which, fun fact, I thought the Costco box was the box from Dave. Then I should have realized Dave probably reused the box I sent the Mac Plus into him. Then I also realized that the other box was too small for this item. All right, I must be crazy. I felt peer pressure, so I made the seller an offer on this item, an offer I thought they could refuse, which would then I would be able to tell you all that, well, I tried, they refused the offer. Sorry, they won't take my offer. Well, I can't buy the item, but, well, arg. They accepted my offer. So, what we have here on the bench today is probably my most questionable purchase. And, all right. I will let you all place your guesses in the chat, although I think there's enough of it visible that you all probably will remember what this is. Mike says, sorry I missed Dave's stream yesterday. I went and did Trina's favorite activity and slept all day. I worked all night. Well, Dave actually returned, sent that package a week ago because Dave and I are on opposite coasts, so it takes about a week to send items between the two of us. But I think Dave was working on it the week before. But this is not the item from Dave, for the record. But I have probably my most questionable purchase yet. In fact, trying to buy Action Retro's wheel of SSDs would probably make more sense than the custom pink painted InWin A500 case from eBay, the place where I buy the things I later regret and I might regret this one. It's pink. Very pink. In fact, I don't know how well the webcam is picking it up. It is quite possibly almost Pepto-Bismol pink. But yes, I bought it. Because I must be crazy. And yes, there is only one thing we will be doing with this case. Although, not for December, because it would not qualify for December. But we are going to be installing Hannah Montana Linux on it. Because that's all that I can think of. And yes, indeed, someone has done great atrocities to this case. However, I think I have some evidence that this computer was used in a floral shop. I just don't know what software it would have been running, but the evidence number one is the fact that I think someone cut out a USB port-sized thing here and wrote key, where I think their USB dongle went for the protection dongle for whatever florist software they were running, or whatever shop this was in. But I kind of think this was used in a florist shop because there is some corrosion on the case. However, it is limited to the bottom of the case. Like, if I would open this up, which I am not going to do tonight, because Wheel of Regrets has gone on long enough, the inside of the case is not corroded. It's like there was water sitting under the case that I think someone forgot to put the feet on. Kind of like water that you might encounter in a florist shop if, say, vases occasionally got overfilled and it kind of went under the computer. Yeah, I think this was someone's floral shop computer, but, well, I don't know what software it might have run. Anyways, yeah, at some point we will we'll install Hannah Montana Linux on this computer because, well, this is the Barbie computer we're going to have in the basement. And yes, I'm sure people are probably making fun of me in the chat that I can't see, so yeah, I probably deserve it. Anyways, yes, an InWin A500 case has been custom painted. It is in rough shape. We'll explore Hannah Montana Linux, although, yes, we'll have to build a computer in it too, so if you have suggestions for era-appropriate hardware for Hannah Montana Linux, then, well, we'll see what I got in the parts bin. But anyways, yeah, someone took some time to paint this, and well, I'm actually the paint is not uniform, so I think it was not a professional that did this, but they sure did a good job. Also, I think this is pink spray paint, so maybe it is a bit more repairable. But anyways, yeah, I got peer pressured into it. I bought the pink case. All right. This is probably going to be a complete regret. Action Retro Sean, if you're watching this, I probably could use a suggestion on some ridiculous thing you do with Hannah Montana Linux, and maybe you can spin the wheel of SSDs for me and randomly pick one for the computer. Because I'm kind of jealous over your wheel of SSDs. Okay, got that off my chest. All right, let's move on to things you all have sent me. All right, we will set that to the side there. I will move the Pentium 3. All right, let's first get to this other package that UPS brought me. Now, for the record, so this one comes from Dave of Dave's Vintage Apple Tech. For the record, this is actually a return of something I sent to him to restore. So, but that still counts for things you all have sent me. All right. Let's see. Look, I'm catching up on the chat here in a moment. All right, we've got let's see here. Kib says that looks kind of cute. Yeah, yep. Callan says you bought it. Law, you bought it. Yeah. Joe says Pepto. Yep. Let's see here. Joe says it's cute. Jesse says, oh no, pink. Pink! Pink! Yes. And Mike's Future Retro says, that's very pink. Kib says, IO shieldant. Yeah. Joe says, dongle. Yep. Mike's Future Retro says, I'm going to do a custom green case in 2025. I might have to do a custom some other color than pink case to redeem myself. Jesse says, flower power is no match for our glower power. Yeah, that pink is glowing quite well. Mike says, maybe throw on a virtual Yule-log computer demo. I recall a few in the 8-bit apples back in the day. Yeah, Kib still looks very cute. Yes. Justin needs a 6-year-old daughter so he can build his daughter a computer. I think I can build one without having to adopt anyone. Kib says it looks hand-painted. Yes, I believe the butterflies were hand-painted. And it is very cute. Yeah. Mofa says something. Floppy drive looks unusual, something special. They didn't paint the floppy drive. If I can color match the pink, I might have to fix that. Chris says, I've loaded Hannah Montana Linux on a few systems. Ratswell says, beautiful case. Mike's Future Retro is holding on for Hot Dog Linux. I will have to check that out. We have Jeremy's Vintage Apple Tech. Hi, Jeremy. I did get your message, so I know that item is on the way. Or I should say a triplicate of that item. All right. Jeremy says, for some reason, I like the yellow with black accents look. Maybe a gift to try. All right, so let's open this box up from Dave. Dave is returning an item I sent him for restoration. If you've been watching his live streams, you probably know what's already in the box, but that doesn't make it any less special or appreciated because I've got a computer that so desperately needs this item in its restored condition that I will quite honestly, this will probably be the first live stream of 2025, or it'll be Dave's stream on Sunday, one of the two. It depends on, partially depends on what I leave on my bench Thursday as to whether I'm going to feel like removing it to work on this or not. If I don't do this on Dave's stream on Sunday, it'll be the first live stream for 2025, probably. Because it's not for a DOS computer. But anyways, we have... Alright, we've got bubble wrap. We have Amazon boxes. And, oh, thank you, Dave. Oh, this looks... Oh, wow. This looks beautiful. All right, let me make sure there's nothing else in the box here. Oh, there is. Oh, that's right. Dave sent me a magnet. Oh, by the way, if you ever send me something, I have a tendency to open boxes upside down to hide shipping labels. So if you ever send me something, and I shouldn't open it upside down, please mark the outside of the package appropriately, because otherwise it's going to get opened upside down. But I will look to make sure there wasn't something on the top. So anyways, first of all, we have... What time is it at my place? It is... Oh, you may be asking someone else. It's 7:16 p.m. here. So let's see here. Oh, Joe says, I mixed up Jeremy's and Dave's names. Oh, sorry. Sorry about that, Jeremy. Jeremy's Vintage Hillbilly Shack. Yes, I had Dave's channel on my mind. Anyways, we have a Dave's Vintage Apple Tech magnet. Very awesome. That will go directly on the toolbox. We also have a Dave's Vintage Apple Tech sticker that will go in my sticker box whenever I figure out where it is. But anyways, the Dave's Vintage Apple Tech magnet. Hold on. Oh, I can't. Okay, I cannot swivel the camera. So, and I got too much on the tool chest to move it. So anyways, there we go. You might have heard it clonk. So the magnet is in place. Here, Francois says, "Oh right, I had an LC3 on the dining room table under all this mess." Ah, yes, it's a clean Mac. Mike says, "I want everyone's stickers and magnets next year." Yes, I will have to find a way to start sending them out. All right, so let's take a look here. This is a very clean and retro-brighted Mac. This was a very yellow Mac when I sent it to Dave. So he did leave the Dartmouth College sticker on it. He also included with my permission, a ready for PowerPC upgrade sticker. Excellent. Always good when the computer is ready for the PowerPC upgrade. All right. Let me see if I can't get the case apart. Oh. Actually, since there's no display in it, I can probably... There we go. Use the power of extra leverage. All right, so we have... Oh, look! It's got signatures inside. All right, so anyways, we have a very nicely retro-brighted Mac Plus case. The back shell was in good shape. So, and we've got a battery door. It's not quite... It didn't retro-bright quite the same as the case, but honestly, unless it's a brightly lit room, I don't think you'll ever notice. It's probably not as easy to see on camera. Francois says, "I know what I have. No low ballers." Yeah, I know what I have. It's got Apple's Steve Jobs signature. Rare. Actually, I probably have the one and only PowerPC upgrade ready. Uh-oh. I think there might be some bubble wrap with parts in it. I sent Dave the knob, or at least I thought I sent him the knob, and I don't see the knob in the bubble wrap, so I may have to... Alright, anyways, Dave had to repair a rather extensive crack here, but you'll never see that once the case is on. And, okay, so there's you can see a little trace of it, but that's certainly better than the Mercari cracked case that's like falling apart. So anyways, yeah, that's pretty good. And it still says Macintosh Plus, so yeah, this will be good to put my computer in. Yes, I did, Trina. All right, let me just make sure that let me make sure that I didn't like overlook it. Otherwise, I'll have to ask Dave, because I thought I sent him one. I mean, the computer that I've got to put in this case has one, but kind of like... Make sure there wasn't anything else in the box. All right. Let me put the Pentium 3 computer back where it normally lives because it's in my way. All right. Okay, I'm glad that case has rounded corners. Let me see here. Oh, oh, there we go. I found it. It was in the box. All right, we're good. Yep, it's right there. Anyways, all the parts are accounted for. the only other part that goes with the case normally are the screws. And, well, they're in the Mac that needs to be put into that case, so I don't have to worry about that. Chris says, don't go losing. Never mind. For retro brighting, to make sure it matched the rest of the case. Okay, so now, thank you, Dave. I don't think Dave's on yet. He's probably still at work. But anyways, thanks in advance, Dave, for refurbing that case. And now we will go on to a stack of packages from Jesse. I-8386SX, because he sent these to me a while ago, and I set them aside until I got back to the machine that they were for. And that took longer than I expected. So I do apologize for the delay in opening these packages, Jesse, but, well, I guess it's better late than never. In fact, I don't quite remember what's in all of these packages either, so there could be a surprise. Although I know what's in this one because of where it was sitting. Jesse says, and I forgot about them. Anyways, the first item that was in this envelope is a floppy drive belt for the Citizen W1D drive. And now you see how I remembered that there were packages that hadn't opened. All right. So that belt will come in very handy tonight. The second item, I need to open upside down because the shipping label is on top. This probably does indicate I have had this package for a little bit of a while. Let me see. How long have I had this? Let me see if there's a date on the shipping label. Oh. Yeah, definitely big sorry about this one. I feel like I'm having an Adrian Black moment. Oh, I think Jesse sent this one back to me in August of 2023. This is why I now usually will do them like very close to when I receive them, so that they don't end up like accidentally getting stuck in a part of the basement and forgotten about. Oh, all right, and we have... All right, first of all, we have some HDMI cables. All right. All right, HDMI cables, excellent. Those always come in handy, and they're the nice sleeved ones. Yeah, Adrian's pile is rather big. All right. Second of all, we have... Oh, all right. A Compaq LTE Elite recap kit. All right. Yes, I do remember Jesse saying he was going to send me one of these. All right, I will put this with my Compaq parts, so whenever I get back to one of those machines... Yeah, they look like Christmas lights. And then I think this is... Oh, that's right. All right. And a Compaq LTE Lite power adapter. All right. So thank you for that. All right. And then, let's see, I think I've already opened this one here because it's opened. Oh. Ah, yes. And this was some other spare Compaq parts that I think I may have already opened at one point. But Jesse sent me a Citizen W1D floppy drive, so I have a spare one of those. And a power supply for something Compaq. Oh, that's an LTE Elite. Okay, so maybe it's appropriate I pulled these parts out. Oh, and then I think this is a keyboard. Yes, this is a Compaq LTE Elite keyboard. I think I'm going to find one of the two Elites I have has a... Oh, I bet it's for the one that's right beside me. So yes, let me set these parts close by. I think these may be parts for the one I'm about to work on. And then finally, all right, I think I think this might be an LTE 5000 keyboard. Christian says, what, did someone say LTE? Watch out, Chris is here. Yeah. I'm going to say this might be a 5000 keyboard. Only because of where it was sitting. Because, so why did it take me so long to get back to these computers? Well, I kept forgetting to order something that I wanted to have on hand before I tried working on these. So, I finally got it in, like, I think it was last month. Or it might have been October. But anyways, it was so close to December, I decided that I was going to wait till December for an LTE stream. Because we were so close at that point. And yeah, I think I need a... I think my blade is dull, which is more dangerous than ever. There we go. And... ah, yes. Alright, so I don't remember which one this is for. But yes, that is a LTE 5000 keyboard. At some point, I will remember which one this is for. But obviously, one of my 5000s has a bad keyboard. Alright. So, thank you, Jesse, for the LTE parts. Some of them will come in handy tonight. And let's see here. Let's get to the main event. Everyone was probably here for the Compaq LTE Elite. And then we'll probably do some other Compaq shenanigans afterwards. In fact, I was probably going to look at both of the Elites. So anyways, I have a bunch of parts, and I'm hoping I remember how these go back together. I do have the all-important ribbon cable. I do have the bottom of the laptop. It is the LTE Elite 475CX. Jesse says the LTE Lite power plug has 4 pins. Oh. It's... okay, that's the one. I thought this was an LTE Lite power adapter. Because the 5000 series, you just plug the power straight into the laptop. I thought. This maybe... yeah, okay. Jesse says, yep, it's 3. Okay, that's what I was thinking. Alright, so we have a very, very naughty floppy drive that I'm hoping I can remember how to put it back together. However, as I said, I didn't want to do another one of these streams until I had backup. And it took me a while to finally remember to order these. Because, quite honestly, I didn't want to put this back together until I had these in case I can't repair the floppy drives, because I have two LTE Elites. Both have broken belts, and I only have the one spare belt. And quite honestly, I didn't want to put it back together without having something, because one of these has data on it that I need to wipe. Jesse says, if we could figure out a reliable solution for the floppy drive belts, we'd be cooking with gas. Yes. But these are the Open Flops W1D from Sylvestron's Bits and Bytes. I think that's his channel name. Yeah, from Australia. And this is a flash floppy based replacement for the Citizen floppy drive. So yeah, Open Flops. So I've got two of them. So if I can't get the belt to work on one of these, then the backup plan is, well, I'll just replace both with the floppy emulator. But I thought, because Jesse sent me a belt, and apparently I like punishing myself by trying to repair things that don't want to work. All right, let's put the floppy door back into place. I thought I would at least try to put the belt in the drive. So, Kip says stuff a GoTech into them. Well, one of them is going to get a GoTech. I only have one belt. Francois is asking, what's special with the belt? It's a special size. These are like really thin belts, and the problem is, Jesse says it's a rubber fabric belt. Standard 2mm belts walk off the pulley. And the other problem is the... Oh, yeah, that's right. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, you got to put the belt on the pulley here. And it goes around this wheel, probably to change. So, or wait, or no, I don't think it goes around this wheel. That's just the guide for where the belt comes back around, because otherwise it would be rubbing here. Yeah, Jesse says the LTE Elite belt are 1mm wide. Francois says, I don't think it's that hard to find. Yeah, if we could find a reliable source of belts. The thing is, other than the fact that I don't know how, I'll probably have to use a cleaning disc. But the problem is, these belts, after like 30 years, are broken. Because I think Compaq was trying to spare every expense. Citizen might have made great watches, but I don't know that they made great floppy drives. And I think I am going to probably try something very stupid. Because apparently just trying to repair this floppy drive isn't enough punishment. I'm going to remove the two screws holding that pulley on so I can get the belt under it, because something tells me that might be a huge mistake. But I'm going to do it anyways. All right. I mean, all right. So I think if I remove these two screws and very carefully unplug this connector, I may not have to remove it. I think I just need to swing this up. Oh, looky here. It's the gift that keeps on giving. It's a rubber belt collectible. See? Collect all the pieces. Ew. Okay. Let me see if I can find a pair of tweezers, because... Yes, we have lots of little rubber bits still to remove, apparently. This is what 30 years does to a floppy drive pulley belt. Where did my tweezers go? Oh, they're probably on the floor. Seriously, I think I knocked everything onto the floor during Dave's stream on Sunday. At least once, including my soldering iron. So, anyways, while I try to get the last bits of belt off, don't forget to smash that like button if you like me trying to repair even the lowly floppy drives. Actually, I'm going to try to remove this very carefully. No, it does not lock. It should just pull straight up. I do not know what I did with my tweezers, so I'm going to very carefully use my needle nose. They are flat and not serrated. I would not use serrated needle nose pliers to do that, but they are flat. There was nothing to, like, cut into the cable. I'm picking bits of belt off of the board. There's like a diode here that inductor. All right, so that's gone. Oh, there's a surface mount capacitor in here. I wonder what it looks like. Wow, if that capacitor is leaking, it will be painful to replace it. I don't have replacements for it, but we're going to look at it anyways. Yet another reason why I should probably just stop what I'm doing and open flops the thing and forget about this entirely. But, well, Jesse did send me a belt, and that kind of implies an expectation to let me struggle a little bit first and then finally replace it with the solid state replacement. All right. And yes, I don't forget I do have the December tip jar coffee goal. I did hide the banner for a little more screen real estate, but the link is in the description. I know the tip jar is feeling kind of low right now, but it is there. And of course, there's also the YouTube super chats and super stickers, and they're always appreciated. But I'm always glad you hang out. That is number one. I do this to have fun. The tip jar just helps to buy regretful parts and repair parts for those regrets. Yeah, it's a 33 microfarad, 16 volt. I mean, I don't see any signs that it's leaking. But yeah, that's kind of a large capacitor. Except for the fact that that's like the only surface mount electrolytic capacitor I see on this board. So maybe they went by the saying, go big or go home. Because that is like the only surface mount electrolytic capacitor I see on this board. I mean, there's a bunch of ceramics here, but I don't see any other surface mount electrolytic. So that must be it. Just one big surface mount electrolytic. Because, yeah, that is a rather large size, which means I definitely don't have a replacement. Okay, now back to the problem at hand, and that was the trying to get the rubber belt off of the pulley. So first, I'm just going to see if I can't, like, scrape it out. Because I don't really want to... I don't know that I want to use isopropyl alcohol because I'm afraid I'll get it in the pulley. And I may have to just kind of clean the belt residue out. Yeah. This is what 30 years does to the floppy drive belt. That is why I like direct drive floppy drives, because there is no belt to just basically disintegrate. So it will not surprise me if I am unsuccessful at repairing this, because alright. I think maybe I will very carefully. Mega says, well, Mauser's got him at least. Yeah, I'll have to measure it. I do have a Mauser order I'm trying to place, so maybe I'll measure it and order one. The Mauser order of every time I actually try to place the order, something goes back ordered, so I have to then find replacement parts. And yes, Jeremy, if you're wondering if the Mauser order contains item for the things you're sending me, yes. And if you were wondering if items for the thing you're sending me are the items that are going back ordered, the answer would also be yes. I think I found suitable replacements, luckily, but yeah, those are among the items that have gone back ordered, which I think is weird because the items that have gone back ordered are seemingly items that Mauser should have like oodles and boodles of in stock, I would think, but I guess maybe not. And of course, annoyingly, one of them has tariffs on it, so like you get to the checkout and it's like, surprise, you get to pay more for this part because it's got a big fat tariff on it. Oh well. Uh, well, I found substitute parts that should work, Jeremy. I would rather not place an order with DigiKey because I have other parts I need from Mauser, and Mauser has them. I kind of want to place one order. Also, I will not probably have the single board computer in time to get to those boards next week. It's kind of looking doubtful on that. I mean, obviously when they come in, I'll show them on the stream, but it is not looking like I will have the single board computer. But I'll check DigiKey because, well, maybe they'll have the parts I need for something else too. Okay, so we got the bits of belt off of this. I think I was able to keep the isopropyl alcohol to the pulley wheel, and this motor seems like it's moving fairly decently. So we'll leave it at that. All right. So, do they make adapter boards allow you to interface these devices with modern computers? Oh, hi, Pseudo Memes. Welcome. I don't think there's an adapter to plug these particular floppy drives into a modern computer. Okay, so this is going to be kind of awkward here. So I think what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to route the belt everywhere else and then put the pulley on. There might be adapters that would let me plug this floppy drive into a modern computer. That would certainly make testing it easier because then I could rule out a potential issues with the laptop. Probably this floppy drive just uses a standard, or it's probably using a standard interface, but I don't know if the pinout is standard. Is the way I should probably describe it. I'm hoping that makes sense. That I suspect all the control signals are going to be that of a standard PC floppy drive. I don't think the LTE Elite series is doing anything special there. However, the connector may be non-standard. So, Judo Meme says, I think it would be funny to install a 5.25-inch drive in my gaming computer. I mean, you could. I don't know if there's a way to install it as a drive that Windows would see as a floppy drive for a 5.25 inch. Could be wrong. I do know they make 3.5-inch USB drives, or at least they used to. And Windows 11, I believe, still supports them. So, unfortunately, they're not like in the form factor that you could seamlessly put them in a drive bay, although you could 3D print something. And if you plug one into Windows, at least in Windows 10, it will totally mount it as an A drive. I have a couple of USB floppy drives, and Windows 10 will happily mount an A drive when you plug it in. All right, so I think, all right, unfortunately, I think I twisted the belt. Oh, no, I twisted the belt. Bummer. All right, I'm going to have to untwist the belt. Let me see if I can do that. Oh no, I didn't twist the belt. Oh, I see the problem. I have rubber belt bits on some of the other parts of this floppy drive. I mean, I could totally see if you 3D printed an adapter, and they do make like internal to external USB adapters that you can plug onto the motherboard USB header. I mean, you could make it look like you had one of those USB floppy drives, or make it one of those USB floppy drives mount in a drive bay. Now, the one catch is usually those USB floppy drives are not a standard mechanism with with like a floppy drive to USB adapter chip. Usually it's a USB adapter chip that's directly controlling the floppy drive, so it would be rather difficult, if not impossible, to try to like take one of those and put it on a 5.25-inch drive, because usually the USB adapter chip is actually directly controlling the mechanical floppy drive, because that's how they make it cheaper. Yeah, and unfortunately, the USB floppies are not very good, but unfortunately, the way they're made, they're they were really designed for read only. High density discs, I found you can write a high density disc with one of those, and generally the system you're trying to read it on will be none the wiser. They're generally okay, but for 800K discs, for 720K discs, excuse me, had Macintosh brain there for a moment. For 720K discs, you might be able to read them, but you probably will not be able to successfully write one, because they're just not designed to do that. 800K Macintosh discs, that's a no-go with those. Because that requires a floppy drive that actually knows how to change its rotation speed based on where in the disk it is, and the only ones that did that are the actual Apple floppy drives. So you'd never be able to read and write. You'd never be able to read, much less write, a Macintosh 800K disk with a USB floppy drive. It just won't be happening. Which is one reason why Macintosh enthusiasts usually try to keep a working 800K drive so that we can archive disks. Now you could use something like a grease weasel to. That being said, a grease weasel would be able to image an 800K disk, because it's actually reading the flux on the drive, not the the flux transitions, not the data itself. So it doesn't matter the fact that it's reading it at a constant speed. I think it could. I think it can image it and piece the data together. And if not a grease weasel, then definitely an applesauce. All right. I think I have all the rubber. That's how gross this is. Yeah, it's pseudo memes. It's right. It's like how all modern cassette players are the same bad mechanism. Yeah, and you need a custom interface chip. Yeah, it's basically it. All the USB floppy drives, if anyone still makes them, are all the same cheap mechanism. And nowadays, they're really designed to read the disk. And I mean, they're not incapable of writing, but they're not like the most compatible in writing. Another system might have trouble reading it, so all right, I'm just trying to get it so that I have the most of that old rubber out. So that the belt rides the smoothest that it can. Okay, I think that's pretty much probably about all I'm going to be able to get out of there. Okay, let's try again. So I'm going to put the belt here on the pulley. Actually, this time I'm going to put the belt on the pulley, hold the pulley into place, and then try to route it. Oh, I twisted the belt. Hold, please. Oh, there we go. Oh, hold on. You see that little piece right there? That's yet another piece of the old decrepit belt that came off of something. There we go. Did I get it? Yeah, I got it. All right. There we go. Okay, let me see if I can get the screws for the pulley back in. And then I'm going to try to plug the cable in. That's going to be the hardest thing to do, because I think it was designed to probably plug in. There we go. And there we go. Oh, wait, there's enough slack there. Okay. I was about to say, it looked like it was only designed to plug in with the pulley out, but I realized that no, you really have to install that belt and then plug it in. Help it in. There we go. And there we go. It's in. All right, so there we go. We got a new belt installed. It's probably as good as it's going to be, and I don't see any black flakes coming off. So did the rubber liquefy? Yeah, some of it's gummy and some of it just became brittle. So yeah, basically it was a combination of gummy and brittle belt. Because I think it became gummy and then became brittle. So anyways, all right, we got the belt in. All right, the tolerance between these floppy drive heads is so small, I am not going to attempt to clean it with a swab. I will have to find my cleaning disc and we'll clean it that way. There's just, I don't think this mechanism has enough. I don't think I'm going to be able to get a swab between it. It's a rather fragile mechanism. All right. Now, the tricky part is, can I remember how to put this back together? If anyone's wondering, this floppy drive was manufactured in December of 1996, although they certainly didn't call it that back then. In fact, oh man, we missed this floppy drive's birthday by 6 days. Bummer. Yeah, floppy drive turned, what, 30 or 28? Yeah, 28. There you go, Citizen W1D. And replace with Compaq Spare 149749-001. Compaq original part. Here we go. All right, so whoops. Okay, so I've got the floppy drive carrier here, and I've got a black plastic piece, and another black plastic piece, and a beige plastic piece. Okay, I believe this is the eject button, which probably goes here. No, that doesn't seem right. All right. Let me get my bearings. Okay, so see, that's where the drive heads are going to go. Is that right? Doesn't seem right. Oh. Ah, that's because it goes in this way. Check button must be on the top. Yes. Okay. Check button's on the top. Mikey says they learned about liquid rubber from Quantum. Yeah. Okay. I think that's where the top head rides along. Right there. So this is the eject button, and this goes on. Oh, I thought it went on here. Oh, there we go. Oh, it slides over. There we go. I think that's how that goes on. So there's the eject button, although I may need to take that off until I put this back together. So that goes there. All right, these two black plastic pieces are probably guides. And it looks like, I should probably take the floppy drive Jesse sent me. And that would be a great reference for an assembled floppy drive. Ah, Thomas. Greetings. Merry Christmas, Thomas says. Well, Merry Christmas, Thomas. Francois says, I just installed my Christmas tree, 7 centimeters tall, 2.5D printed PLA plus wireless LEDs Christmas tree, but the tradition is respected. The presents are at the base of the tree. Excellent. Okay. So there's one of the black plastic pieces, and there's the other black plastic piece. Okay. Yep, button goes there. All right, I think this will be a good guide for how to put these together. Also, I'll have to take the top off this to see if this is a refurbished or a broken one. Because I don't remember if Jesse told me he was going to send me. I suspect it's parts, but I don't know. We'll double check. It's always possible that maybe there was one last Citizen floppy drive out there that has a belt that is a survivor. However, I'm sure all the LTE people are probably saying, no, they're the weakest link. There's no way they would survive. Okay, I think if I am looking at this right, and I'm pretty sure I am, first of all, I think this is my opportunity to lubricate the guide there. All right, so I'm going to dab a little bit of lithium grease on it. I think this is my opportunity to. All right, that's a bit much, but I will spread it out. Oh, and I just realized I have a screw where it shouldn't be. All right, at least I got that out. That would have been a travesty. Okay, so there we go. I got the. Jesse says I missed the surgery. Ah, bummer. I got the belt on somehow. I realized this is my opportunity to add a little bit of new lithium grease there. All right, so I believe that I have to very carefully lift the heads up and then pass this underneath them. Doesn't make any sense though. But yeah, that's the only way that works. All right. Yeah, that is how that works. All right. Yep. All right. All right. Oop, that spring's got to stay there. All right. If I take this disc and I carefully. Wait a minute, something doesn't seem right here. Oh, there we go. So now, if I push the disc in, there we go. Okay. That looks correct. All right. Now, hold on. Make sure I get that spring there. All right. Wait, is that spring? I think I got a piece missing here. I think this goes here. Ah, okay, these just slide over. And this goes here. And this spring just lived there? That seems, oh, entirely probable. Let me guess. That spring goes along there. It's been a while since I took these apart, so bear with me as I get the plastic aligned. Oh, no, that goes underneath like that. And is that it? Okay, so if I put a floppy disk in now, yeah, all right, that seems correct. And then the check button goes right like that. All right, so I should have 2 screws, and I have, oh, I should have 4 screws. All right. And I have 4 screws. All right, excellent. I think we are about done here. Jesse says the W1D is the world's thinnest floppy drive. I think they sacrificed longevity for cost. And still said, make it thin. Vega says, the loading mechanism on floppy drives is so cool. Yeah, and I think these are a pretty cool loading mechanism. Of course, the only way to know if I actually fixed this is to put the laptop back together. So there's that, and then here we go. Here's this. So there we go. I think double check. So Jesse says, I don't know if I would consider it a flex, but Citizen certainly did. Yeah. There we go. I have a fixed floppy drive. I guess I should probably new I don't normally like to write on top of something like this, but we'll put new belt. December 23rd, 2024. I guess 28 plus 6 days at 28 years, 6 days. Oh. Mega says, I'm reading the W1D tends to have bad caps. Great. I don't have any caps for it. All right. I had one belt, and it's in there. I have no caps for it. Now, if we have problems with the one cap that's in it, then we will go to the backup plan. All right. Out of curiosity, I'm going to open this drive because Jesse sent it to me, and I don't remember what its condition was. And I've had it long enough, Jesse might not remember either, and that is okay. I will try better in the future to get the things closer to when they are sent to me, even if I am just recognizing it on stream. Good luck if you need to replace the cap. Jesse says, at least I'm not skilled for that kind of work. Yeah, that is the kind of work that I would send to Mac 84. Cue a video of Mac 84 saying, no thank you, the shop is closed, and like hanging up on me. Well, oh, okay, first of all, I believe I put the floppy door spring in the wrong place. But it'll probably work because the important thing is it's under something. Second of all, it does appear as if there is a belt in this drive. But you're like, of course, Justin, of course there's a belt in the drive. Is it fixed or broken? Well, that I would have to start to disassemble it to see. All right, I guess we can very carefully. Oh, that's right. Is there any way I can actually maybe? Let me try this. Let me see if I can't get a. All right. All I can say is the O. Okay. I can tell you what the state of the belt in this floppy drive is. And the state of the floppy drive belt is broken. All right. I think Jesse sent this to me for parts. I was pretty sure that was probably the case. Maybe if we can identify the size of belt and a good source for them, then maybe I will try to fix this in the future. If the OneDrive I just put a belt in has problems, well, I can always see if I can't get this one working instead at some point in the future. So we'll say that. All right. But at least for now, there's no sense for me to continue with this drive. We'll go back to the one I just repaired, and I'm still kind of trying to decide in the back of my mind if I want to put the floppy drive in the 440C, the 440C that I have, and the open flops in the 475CX, which is kind of making sense to me because I'll probably use the faster one more than the slower one. Or if I'd rather have the floppy drive in the faster one so that it looks stock. And I think wait a minute. Did I have a RAM upgrade for this? Where is the RAM? Oh, is the RAM upgrade on the other side? One of these I thought I had a RAM upgrade for. Oh, yeah, the memory expansion's on the other side. Oh, and I can clearly see there is a memory expansion installed in this one. The X has the better display. The X and E Elites have TFT displays. Yeah, this one is the 475CX. Is in a bit. All right, I think I'm going to make the executive decision here that I am going to put the solid state drive in the faster one, because that's probably the one I'll get more use out of, but we'll put the repaired floppy drive in the other one. I just have to remember where I put it. So the cool thing about these OpenFlops W1Ds is that it pretty much drops right in. I probably should look at the instructions, but I think it basically... I think there's some standoffs I have to install. But I think it's pretty much going to be like that, more or less. So the cool thing is that the USB port is where the eject button is, so there's just enough height in the case. So I'll at least dry fit this so we can take a look. So there's just enough space in the case where the USB port sticks out there, and you can plug in a USB drive. And then the display you kind of look at an angle. But anyways, you can get to all the buttons from the front and the little micro SD card slot. And you don't have to cut or modify the case in any ways, which I definitely appreciate that. Anyways, I am going to have to look at the instructions. Mikey says, "Are you sure we can't help you make even less informed executive decisions?" I'm sure we could help there. And Fretzel says, "Clever." Yeah, it is quite clever that it's made so that it just drops right in. And you don't have to modify the case. Now, I'm not convinced the display will be 100% easy to read, but it should be easy enough. As long as you have an idea of what disk you've switched to, I'm not really concerned about it. All right, so let me see if I can find the instructions. There we go. I guess for anyone following along or that might like to check the product out, I will put the link in the chat. So, yeah, the product requires no modification of your Compaq LTE Elite plastics. All you need to do is unplug and lift out the stock W1D drive, remove 2 screws from the main board, slot this board into place, plug it in, and screw it down. Too easy. All right. All right. Newer versions have a locking lever on the ribbon connector. Okay, I don't think mine is the newer version. So, oh, or that could be on the LTE. Okay. For installation in systems other than the Compaq LTE Elite, included are 4 3D printed and M2.5 threaded standoffs that can be glued to the board in order to replicate the original Citizen W1D mounting screws. There's also a switch, a little small jumper to switch between IBM PC standard or Shugart method. In most circumstances, leave this set to IBM PC. All right. So, all right. Let me go to the install guide. Oh, actually, I think I do see the screws we need to remove. All right. All right. Move 2 screws from the main board, slot this board into place, plug it in, and screw it down. All right, I think the 2 screws we need to remove are... And I was thinking because we need to put the screws back in. I don't know. Or maybe it's because... Oh, maybe it's because they're going to interfere with the fit. I think it's these 2. But interestingly enough, the instructions are not saying which ones. Interesting. Let me guess. I probably need to go... Let me go find the video on his channel. Oh, hi, Ned Flanders. Welcome. I am doing well. Oh, and Gupbum told you about my channel. Oh, awesome. Is there a bezel for it? There is no bezel for this drive. In fact, actually, I don't think you want the bezel so that you can see the display. The one thing is, the instructions don't say which 2 screws to remove. I think it's this one and this one, but I don't know. I thought I was supposed to put them back after we're done. So anyways, I'm on Sylvestron's YouTube channel now, and I think he's got a video on this. Yep. And he just told us all hi. All right. So let's see here. So he's building one. And let's see, programming it, testing, installing. All right, let's see here. And all right. So he's removing the floppy drive, which I've already done. And all right, so he's got open flop. So let's see here. I'm pretty sure it's going to be these screws here. So let me find the bit while we wait. I'll be back to the chat momentarily. I've got the video on mute. So if you're wondering why in the world you can't hear Sylvestron talking, it's on mute. He's describing the floppy drive cable. I am pretty sure it's these 2 screws here. So one. Oh, these are actually... Oh, that's actually a fairly long screw. And 2. Because he does have a cloned... Oh, yeah. Okay, that actually fits down there nicely now. All right, waiting for you to remove the screws. Oh, he's plugging in the ribbon cable first. So I'm going to plug in the ribbon cable. So it plugs in like this. Waiting for the screw removal so I can confirm that those are the 2 screws. Get the... Oh, there we go. Yes, I did correctly. Yes, it is those 2 screws there. So he's removing them. In the meantime, I plug the ribbon cable in like you're supposed to. You press that down. So, yep, you insert the board. The version he's showing off in his video is a slightly different revision. And he's pointing to those screws again. And, oh, actually. Oh. And I'm supposed to use the screws in the set to replace them. All right. All right. I think that's... Oh, hold on. Hold on. All right. And... there's a warning to not over tighten them. All right. Feels about right. All right. I think it is in place now. So, all right. All right. Let's get back to the chat. Oh, okay. Yeah. Used to include 2 replacement screws. The lower screw next to the hard drive is the one that is replaced, if I remember correctly. Well, it included 3 screws, but now they're not poking out the bottom, so I think that was... Oh, original version didn't have the micro SD slot. That's okay, Jesse. I think I got it. I think I got it here. I will save the original screws in case I need them. All right. I think the board is in. Go ahead and plug the cable back in. And there we go. There. Seems right. That yeah. All right. All right, cool. So we've got the open flops W1D. There's the USB port. I don't have a USB thumb drive handy. I'll have to go find the one I usually use. There we go. There's the LED, the 2 buttons, and it's got the micro SD slot, which is just right there at the opening. So that hopefully is going to make it easy to put a micro SD card in, but hard to slide it into the case. Let me remove the peel from the screen. And now I think we can attempt to put this back together. So, okay, that's the keyboard, which clearly... Oh, that's right. I think I remember. Yes. I think this keyboard and power supply that Jesse sent me is for this. Oh, hey, Gutbomb. Gutbomb says, oh, hey, I forgot you were streaming tonight. Oh, also, what is going on here? Well, this is a Compaq LTE Elite, and I just replaced the floppy drive with an OpenFlops W1D. Also, I am about to put the power supply module back in. This is the one Jesse sent me. Oh, yeah, that's right. I think this computer, if I remember, I think I was able to power it up with DC, but not AC. So, I'm pretty sure that this AC power supply will probably fix that problem. I think this is the computer Jesse sent me this for. Not 100% sure, but I certainly remember plugging the other LTE Elite I have in. Um, Gutbomb was making a comment to Ned Flanders in the chat. All right. There we go. So there's the AC power supply. It's in, I think. Okay, something seems amiss. Is there really a mounting tab screw that Compaq bent up instead of actually attaching the screw? Yes, apparently so, because reasons. Oh, because I think there's screws on. Okay, held in with external screws. Never mind. Of course, I use internal screws when there's external screws. All right, that does press. Because I was about to say that screw has like epoxy or something on it, so I know I didn't remove it or put it back in. All right, so there's the power supply. So far, I have installed 0 screws, although I have the bag of screws. Hold, please. What did I do with the screws? I probably put them somewhere where I was guaranteed not to misplace them. Guaranteed to misplace them. Oh, there they are. All right. So these are the screws that should hold this laptop together. Jesse says, if this doesn't power it on, you have 8 problems on your hands. And let me guess, those problems are named capacitor number 1 through capacitor number 8. Uh, yeah. All right, we got some Simpsons references in the chat. Here we go. One absolutely beautiful LTE Elite keyboard. All right, we will plug this in. So I guess for anyone watching at home, which would be everyone except me. Or, I mean, I guess you could be watching in the office or the car or the plane or wherever. Yep, there's our DX475 processor. This is a 486 powered laptop, hence the name 475CX. The 4, I believe, being the designation for 486, the 75 being the processor speed, and I think the C referring to color. It has a color screen. Like, there may have been monochrome. And then the X would be that it was the TFT screen. So the 475CX. has been a model number decoder by Justin. Tune in next time when I will attempt to decode all of the various Performa model numbers impossible. Because I think that decoding is Apple saying, oh, look, another SKU we can sell. Oh, look, another SKU we can sell. Oh, look, Sears, Circuit City, Best Buy, Menards. I threw that one in because I like to say the word Menards. And CompUSA, they all want a separate SKU so that they don't have to price match each other. And Apple said, okay, we can do that. I doubt Menards sold computers. They're a home improvement store in the Midwest. Joe might have a Menards near him. He can probably confirm that, no, sir, they do not sell computers, nor have they ever. Ah, there we go. Jesse's got the decoder in the chat. C equals color, E equals monochrome TFT, X equals color TFT. This concludes our intense 4 hours course. Yes. Oh, I hope we haven't been going for... Oh, it's only 8:38. Okay. Jesse says, Menards barely sells computer parts. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I bet Jesse's got a Menards near him too. Yes, that'd be Midwest. All I have close to me is a blue box and soon an orange box. For those of you not in the United States, that would be my reference to a Lowe's and a Home Depot. Or if you're being fancy, like when you say Target, I guess it would be a Home Depot. Although you could also say Home Depot in that we are going to be the Po once we buy all the home improvement supplies we need. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll be here all day. I don't think the screws go in there. Let's just say that I had to run errands today and I drove by our mall. In fact, actually, I found a YouTube video on our mall. It was really weird watching it because I think the events in the video happened before I moved here. But our local mall is called the Fashion Square Mall. And it was quite surreal driving by it today because, first of all, it looked like there was a huge plastic sheet over top one end of the mall, or I guess on the side of one end of the mall. And it quite honestly looked like the painter's plastic that you buy at Lowe's, although I'm sure it was probably a little bit thicker than 5 mil. Second of all, of course, the Sears no longer exists. It has not existed for a month or two now. In fact, I think like that end of the mall no longer exists. I think the Red Robin Burgers had closed, and I think it's torn down too. So it's kind of surreal seeing the like one end of the mall is like not there. And of course they're grading the land so that they can pour the pad for Home Depot. In fact, I think they might have been pouring the pad when I drove back by, but yeah. Oh yeah, and of course in other news, apparently our Belk outlet is closing because we're getting a Hobby Lobby, and I don't know how to feel about that. But anyways, we're apparently getting a Hobby Lobby. So, yeah, whatever. I guess I'm just not artsy enough for a Hobby Lobby. So, well, I guess at least if it does give an option if Michaels doesn't have it, and if Joanne Fabric doesn't have it, then, and I really need it, then I guess I can go to Hobby Lobby. But what it's kind of like, yeah, it's like one of those. I don't know. It's just like one of those. Yeah, okay, it's a craft store. I don't get the hubbub about it. I mean, I guess on the one hand, it beats not having tenants in the mall. But on the other hand, I mean, it was the bulk outlet was nice, but apparently, as the news article I was reading said, the bulk outlet's lease has always been um a short-term lease that apparently they were allowed to lease the space until the mall had a better paying tenant. And apparently, well, they finally got a better paying tenant because I guess it took a Home Depot moving in for retailers to want to lease space in the mall again since, let's see here, the Pennies had been closed and the county that the mall is located in bought the old Penny store. So that's not going to be retail anymore because they're not putting retail in. They're putting a vehicle maintenance facility in. So, yeah, there's retail gone. There was the Belk. The Belk, I think, was doing okay. They'll probably do better now. Then the Belk Outlet, which apparently was a short-term lease. The Sears had been closed for years, so there was also non-retail. I think the mall was down to a pizza and a Chinese place in the food court. There weren't, of course, I think the food court only ever really consisted of 3 restaurants anyways, which doesn't really constitute a food court to me, but yeah. Yeah, I realized there were some other things about Hobby Lobby too um that we will not go into. But anyways, let's see here. Let's get the rest of this LTE together so we can test it because it's been far too long that this LTE has been taken apart. In fact, it's been so long I may not remember how it goes back together. I guess if anyone was wondering what I was hoping would move into the mall, I was actually hoping a Rural King or something like that would move into the mall because I think Rural King is a quite interesting store. But then again, I think I also realized that with Home Depot moving into the mall, that was probably not going to happen because I suspect Rural King is uh, probably considered a partial competitor to Home Depot. So that probably wasn't going to happen. Yeah, Gutbum says, I was hoping a Comp USA would come to the mall. I mean, I would like to see that would be cool if Micro Center would come into our mall. That I would have no money left, but unfortunately, I suspect the Charlottesville market is probably too small for a Micro Center, so I'm not going to hold my breath on that one. Oh, this case is a little bit cracked. All right, I think maybe... Now, is that right? All right. But anyways, I guess the main point about the mall was it was just surreal seeing seemingly half the mall missing. Jesse says, we have a Menards, Home Depot, and a Fleet Farm within a mile of each other. Yeah. Gutbomb says, Micro Center is the best store. Closest one is up in Fairfax, right? Yep. Yes, the one in Fairfax is our closest Micro Center. Seemingly, I have something misaligned in this plastic. And interestingly enough, I think the Fairfax store is like one of the 2 stores remaining that has like their original facade. Or something to that effect. Alright, let's try attempt number 3 here. Like, because I think all the stores have like their new modern facade, except for Fairfax and oh, Cambridge, Massachusetts. Okay. Or maybe they have a few more than I thought. I was thinking they were down to like 2 and 2 with the original facade and 1 was in Texas, but I could be wrong. Although Chris has told me that the one in Fairfax will probably be moving at some point because I think the developer has plans for the mall it's in, or the end of the mall that it's in. So that may be 1 less store with the original facade. Also, I don't think, that is actually not the correct Twerks bit. Is like just too large. Let's see, that is a T9. So let me see. I think the T8. Oh, it's a T7. No wonder the T9 didn't fit that well. It's a T7. Ah, all right. No, I think it's a T8. T7 didn't really fit. All right, let's put the rear screw in. All right. I have seemingly missed some screws. I think these are long ones for some reason. No, that doesn't seem right. No, I think the long ones go in from the bottom. Okay. No, I think these are short ones. All right, let's see here. All right, so let's see here. There's one. Let's see. All right, so I think this one's a long one. I think that engages with the top plastic, which is why I couldn't find a screw. That one I think is a long one because that engages with the plastic. Pretty sure that's a long one. 'Cause that's engaged. There's a threaded insert in the top piece as well. And then this one is a long one. And then I think this middle one here is the last short one that I have. So apparently, if this is correct, I have put the thing together and I have no extra or missing screws. Except that that's actually supposed to be a long screw. Uh-oh. All right, where did I mess up? Apparently I have, those are short. Those three were short. Seems like I should have one more long screw, although this laptop might have been missing a screw. Because, yeah, I could tell these two definitely go through a insert that's in the middle. Oh, yeah, that's for its docking connector, yes. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I am missing a long screw. All right. Press up on the keyboard very gently. Nope, that is not engaging. So I should have one more long screw. All right, let's see. Is there like a screw in the memory expansion bay by chance? No, there's not. Somewhere. Okay, so actually, I have one extra screw, and I am missing a screw. Yep, that's the docking connector keyboard. All right. I will have to probably find another screw. Although, I think what I'll do. All right, I definitely want to screw the back in. I'll go over and look where I had this laptop. Maybe I got another screw. Let me screw the middle of the keyboard in there. All right. Because actually, the other thing I noticed is I should have a hard drive for this somewhere. So let me see if by chance I have one more screw over there in another bag. Yes, the battery is definitely worse for wear. Although, fortunately, I don't think it's leaked. So, well, someday Jesse might be seeing this battery pack when I'm ready. Hey, Jesse, at least it'll be easier to open. All right, let's see if I can find the hard drive. Let's see here. Yeah, that is the docking station connector. So Jesse's saying the LTE Elite actually has two docking stations. The mini station is closer to the traditional docking station. The smart station is a behemoth that can fit ISA cards and desktop drives. Jesse says if it attempts to recharge, it is a rebuild candidate. All right, we'll see if it attempts to recharge it. Oh, that's right. That's why I can't flip this open, because it actually flips open this way. somehow. There we go. Yeah. All right. That's how that flip was. It flips so that if you're using the DC connector, you can't plug AC in. Okay, there's no screws there. I was looking to see if I could find the miss where that one screw goes. And I don't see anywhere where I have obviously forgotten to put a screw in. Which probably means it goes probably somewhere in the laptop that a screw went. Oh. Was there a screw that maybe held the original floppy drive in? No. Not that I see. Alright, well, if I figure out where the screws are, then obviously I'll take the thing apart and put the screw in, just because it'll bother me otherwise. Alright, let me see if I can find the hard drive. It should be sitting over where this was. I also need to find a power cord that'll actually fit it. I should have one, although I may have to run upstairs because I may need to go get the 440C, which actually I'll need to get it anyways because we got to deal with the floppy drive in it as well. Oh, you know, I may not have a separate hard drive for this one. That may be why I don't have one. Let me go. All right. The good news is I think I did replace the correct LTE Elite keyboard because there's the keyboard that was in this computer and it feels crunchy. All right. The other LTE Elite is upstairs apparently, so let me go upstairs and get it real quick. And I guess on my way up, I might as well carry these two boxes upstairs because they are currently a tripping hazard. Unfortunately, Wheel of Regrets can get into the trip hazard category sometimes. Deal with these boxes so that they don't fall over. All right. We will need that later. I've already removed everything out of this. All right. Excellent. So I will be back with the LTE Elite that is upstairs. Great. Just wait while I try to remember where I put it after I used it last time. Oh, wait a minute. That's embarrassing. It was down here the entire time. It was just on the bottom shelf in its black laptop bag with stuff in front of it, conveniently masking its location. Although I do now have a count of how many LTE 5000s are upstairs, and that number is restricted, top secret, eyes only, until I have to give away the actual number by pulling them all out and testing them to figure out where the 5000 keyboard was supposed to go. And we have Rudy's Retro Intel. Hi, Rudy. Yeah, Francois says, I see disintegrating rubber feet. Yes. Jesse says, it went through the frozen tundra, if I remember the history of this Elite correctly. Yeah. Jeremy's asking, Crunchy, did someone try dragging it through the sandbar? I think they took it to the snack bar with them and, ate, right over top of it. Because Ew, look at that keyboard. That is just gross. It's got snack crumbs in it. Also, I think the keyboard... I think this keyboard's slightly warped, too. I think someone may have been computing a little too intensely. All right. Let's see if I can find the thing I need. And all right. So this other LTE Elite is the really cool one I bought at Be Thrifty up in Northern Virginia. So yeah, this is not eBay regret. So this is the power cord. I will use this to test our other LTE Elite. This is the one I got at Be Thrifty. It looked like practically mint. It has the door on the back. It had a price written on it, and I think I cleaned that off. Anyways, yeah. The bottom looks phenomenal. It has the manual. It's got some floppy disks. I mean, this is actually the Compaq branded bag for it. Yeah, I picked this up last year coming back from VCF East. I mean, this thing was... Yeah, so this is the 440C. So it's just the cheaper display, but yeah, it is like mint. So we'll keep it mint by we'll try to keep it mint by putting the repaired floppy drive in it. So I think now that I look at this one is the correct one to put the floppy drive in, just because of how clean the system is. So if we can restore floppy functionality to 1, I think the cleaner of the two is the correct choice, even if it is the slower one. Because it's so clean. I know, whoever had that, and in fact, I think the card of the person that owned it may still be in the bag, so I'm not gonna, show too much. It looked like, I think it was an executive of, someone local to the area. I don't know how big of a company it was, because I don't remember what company it was, but I think it was an executive's laptop. So it probably got fairly minimal use while on the road. I suspect while they were in the office, they probably used a desktop. While traveling, they at least had a laptop to be able to type some stuff. And I think it stayed fairly clean. In fact, depending on the type of agency, they may have not had it very long before they upgraded to a faster laptop. I mean, it's just the reality of depending on what you do and how much you make the company you're working for. I mean, it could be nothing to buy a new laptop in a year just to make sure you have the fastest or a smaller laptop or whatnot. Anyways, all right, so I have plugged in this laptop and well, actually we are running a memory test. The CMOS checksum is invalid. Unfortunately, oh wow, the backlight is like really dim on this computer. Oh wait, I think the backlight is warming up. Let me see. Do these have VGA output? Yes, they do. All right, let's see if we can VGA output. I don't know if I'll be able to show both at the same time, but actually, well, it's beeping at me for plugging in a VGA cable. Oh, there we go. Well, I think my monitor sees a image. Oh, it may have. Oh, let's try this again. Jesse says Mayo Clinic is a place that cycles through computers every year. At least they used to. Yeah, I don't think this was a Mayo Clinic level place, but actually, so I've got an image on the screen. The backlight is somewhat dim, but it's usable. Unfortunately, let's see if I can get into setup and maybe set 2 displays. Or maybe I need to do that. Function 4. Although that may not work while I'm in the post screen. But, okay, I do see that I've got the 16 megabyte upgrade in here. Plus, I think 4 megabytes of onboard memory. So that leaves us with, well, 20 megabytes. Oh, and I don't have a hard disk in here, so... Oh, that's right, because I think I only have 1 hard disk for both of these. Oh, that's right. These are the compacts that have set up on disk. So at some point I'll need to get a caddy for one of these so I can set up a second hard drive. Oh, but what am I... Okay. So I'm having trouble sharing screen. I'll try to see if I can find a way around it. Where did I put the floppy? The Go tab. It had the thumb drive stuck in it. All right, let's at least see if I can boot into DOS on this computer, because then at least I can test the keyboard. All right, so we'll plug in the thumb drive. Oh yeah, there we go. Oh. Well, okay, I will need to configure it to turn the screen right side up. It is a little difficult to read, but I can see the screen just enough. Although it is upside down, because I think my config turns it upside down because of reasons. I was going to see if I could share the... anyways, so this is oh, there's a little speaker on this. Yeah, let me see if it'll mirror now that I'm actually booting into an operating system. Because my VGA monitor sees a signal, but... okay, we gotta wait for it to time out on the... Okay, that's not working. Let's get into DOS and let's see if the keyboard works. There's a chance I might be taking this back apart, which would be a travesty. Okay. Okay, first test, I'm going to go into edit because it installed a mouse driver and all right. I'm not sure the trackball is working. So all right. Okay, well, let's see if on edit. Okay, UWERTYUIOP bracket slash ASDFGH JKLZXCV. All right, I think there's something wrong with the display on this computer because there is a bummer. There's a black bar. That's very interesting. It's like the blue is missing. But then again, though, the blue can't be missing because I'm seeing text. Although it does kind of look yellow. Oh, the blue is missing. Oh, all right. I guess I'm gonna have to. Well, that's kind of inconvenient. Can't get it to share screen. And it looks like there is a strip of missing yellow on the screen. Yeah, looks like it might be a slightly bad screen or cold solder joints. I mean, it might be repairable. The mouse ball is also not working. Although maybe that just needs cleaned. If I can find my paper clip, I'll see if I can get it out. The keyboard, though, the keyboard you sent me works. So that is, at least that part of it works. And the open flops W1D works. So yeah, I hate the location of the trackball too, but fortunately, I think it does have a PS2 port. So I could plug in a PS2 mouse. Bummer that the screen is broken. Well, I guess wait, Gutbum says wait. The buttons are on the back. That is so yes. Yeah, there's the left and right mouse buttons. So it looks like my 475CX has a bad screen. And the trackball dealy do is not really working. And and we're missing a screw. I mean, it is showing stuff, but there's a strip of missing blue. Oh, okay, there's no blue on the screen yet. So there's edit, and like this top part of the screen is missing blue. Like the blue is missing. The red and green is here, but not the blue. Jeremy says it's not a bummer, it's an opportunity for upgrades. Thomas says recap the screen. Well, I don't have caps for it tonight, and I was kind of hoping to get to the other one as well. So we are going to record the condition on a piece of tape, and we'll go to the other one. And okay, so the condition of this one is top of screen missing blue. Trackball non-op. We're missing a case screw. And we have no hard drive. Poor caddy. Okay. Now, it's not the whole screen, but it is the top part of the screen, which still kind of makes it less enjoyable. Yeah, it's like a strip at the top. So it could be cold solder joints or something like that. It might be repairable, but it's probably something that I may have to open up the top for. So it's not super visible on the screen, but I can't. It's probably also not visible if I could share the screen, but function 4 is not working for some reason. Of course, if I unplug the VGA cable, then I could make it the most visible that I can. Jeremy's asking, any idea what size the screen is? I don't know, Jeremy. I think all my measuring devices walked away, so I again am not sure I really want to try to jam in a modern panel into a laptop because it's not like they're plug and play. So there's the best I can do, and in fact, you can see it's actually gotten worse since I'm. Oh wow, that's actually way worse than it was, and all I'm doing is holding the screen. Is it pressure on the? Okay, that's really weird. Is it maybe just the flex cable is not plugged in? Yeah, we're like Thomas Armstrong says it's conductive tape giving up. Yeah, I think we're just about to lose. I think we're about to lose all the blue. I would be curious to know that if I like shut it off and let it cool down, if we get it back, or if we just lost all the blue, like right there, live on stream. I might have to take back my words for not wanting to put a modern panel in it, but oh wait. Okay, I just bent the hinge a little and now the blue's back. Oh, this is a different problem. Is this an angle of screen problem? It like just suddenly came back, although it's still lower than it was, but I just fixed it temporarily by holding the screen right here. It's fixed. I bet if I let go, that bar is going to come back. It may take it a moment. Yes, hey, Sloopy. Sloopy says, no, it's happy you're using it, so it's not blue anymore. Christian says, never seen a failure mode like that. Thomas Armstrong says, set it up in black and white. Yeah, when it must be the ribbon cables, and they're making better contact right now. Because, yeah, it's like, I bet I am going to have to give up, open this up at some point, but it's like fixed now. Christian says, make the LTE awesome again repair stream. Yeah. All right. I guess I'm going to have to addend my note. Luckily, I didn't tear the tape. So now I can write, unless you press down halfway on each side of the panel. $12, $23, $20, $24 stream. 9:25 p.m. ish. Because I know that when I read that note, I'm going to be like, huh? So I just left myself a note of when I need to go back in the stream to remind myself of where I pressed down to make it work again. Can you tell? Just by closing and opening it again, well, the blue is spazzing out again. So yeah, we got a flex cable or something issue. All right. All right. Okay, well, I think that is where we'll leave off this LTE for tonight. Because I don't have a hard drive for it. Gutbomb says you might be able to, quote, fix it by putting some foam between the plastic housing and the cables right at the edge there. Yeah, that is true. All right, so anyways, reseating the other end wouldn't take too long. All right. Okay, well, I won't give up too soon. I was kind of wanting to get to replacing the floppy in the other LTE Elite, but then again, that won't take that long. Okay, let's open it back up. We'll double check the ribbon cable. We'll make sure it's fully seated on the one side. Make sure I didn't pinch it or something. And we'll all right, let me make sure I got all the screws out. All right. And we got to remove this screw here. Okay, so now should open up. Jesse says that it's a 9.5-inch screen. All right. Just a couple plastic tabs. I have to make sure I carefully unseat. I mean, I may check and see what the size screen is, but the thing is, remember, I just, I'm not into trying to build adapters to make modern screens fit. That just, Christy says, if you can find a tape measure, I can tell you. Yeah, it's the, ooh. Is that ribbon cable actually, is that two ribbon cables? Or is that a ribbon cable that's, oh, that's two ribbon cable. Oh, wow. Okay, I'm actually not sure that that's as trivial of a process to reinsert it. Because I see what looks like two ribbon cables coming out of the top, but I only see... Wait, is one of them unplugged? Wait, that doesn't make sense at all. I only see one connector, but I see two ribbon cables. Oh, one of them may be a shield, though. One of them may be a shield that goes behind the other, because I only see one connector. The second ribbon cable is obviously not plugged into anything. I think there's only one connector. That is really weird. Oh yeah, I see the silk screen on it. It says FPC ground or something like that. So I think that is just a grounding, a flat flex ribbon cable to put grounding behind the signal cable. The display cable does appear to be plugged in all the way, although I will attempt to unlatch this and push the cable in all the way. I don't really want to have to remove the modem. Oh, that's not the modem. That's just the speaker board. I don't know if this. There we go. There's one side unlocked. There's the other side unlocked. All right. I think maybe I should remove it carefully. Okay, I don't know that that's going to remove very well. So let me just try to make sure it's pushed in all the way. Oh, there we go. Oh, okay. I got the cable out. There's a bit of grime on it. So let me. Oh, yeah, that's definitely just a ground flat flex ribbon cable. All right, let's definitely spray some contact cleaner in there. That'll probably also help me reinsert it. Let me also take one of these Q-tips, and I'm going to just try to brush the cookie crumbs or whatever this is off the other side of the ribbon cable so that I don't push it back in the connector. It's probably just dust, but remember, the original keyboard's crunchy, and I think it's crunchy like snack bar crunchy, not sandbar crunchy, so it could have been cookie crumbs on the cable. All right, let's see if I can now push the display cable back in, complicated by the fact that there's a second cable behind it that doesn't plug into anything. Luckily, Compaq printed a line on the ribbon cable, so I know how far it's supposed to push in. All right, so I need to. All right. Yeah, maybe it was just a dirty connection, although I don't know. Well, I guess at least there's one thing. I guess we can't say that I gave up too early tonight, because I don't really want to disassemble the display panel tonight. At least not at the neglect of my other LTE Elite, because remember, it also has a broken floppy drive, and it's the one that has personal data on it that I would kind of like to delete. But these are some of those laptops that Compaq put the setup program on the hard drive. So in order to restore it, I need to be able to put the setup program back on the hard drive. So that's why I need a working floppy drive. Because you have to install the setup program onto the hard drive. Unfortunately, this would probably be easier to reinstall without the plastic trim behind it, but there we go. Is that actually... Oh, there we go. Did I get that pushed in all the way? I think so. There we go. All right. So before I put the cover back on, let's go ahead and plug it back in and see if I did any improvement. All right. Okay, I do see the cursor flashing on the screen. All right, I see the memory test running. Oh, I guess let me plug the... Oh, trying to see if I got a boot floppy in. All right. Should give me a error message here in a moment. Oh, there we go. Was waiting for the hard drive. Thomas says someone with pop. All right. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to run edit to tell if I fixed the display. I don't know that I got the... Well, I don't think I got the cable plugged in 100% of the way. But it looks like I at least have it plugged in far enough that we probably plugged in far enough. It's like I can see more of the white line on the ribbon cable over here than over here. So I like slightly askew, but apparently not far enough to affect the display. Well, I mean, huh. Could it really have been that simple? I mean, all right, well, I guess let's put it back together. Oh, actually, let me do something here. They'll make it a little easier for me to... All right, this will make it a little easier to tell what the display is doing. Because it'll be a full screen, blue screen. All right, we just got to wait for it to give me the disk controller error again because there's no hard drive. I'll have to look for an LTE Elite hard drive caddy, probably. And as far as the screen on this open flops is, it's actually, now that I know what angle you have to look at it, it's not that bad. Especially once I've flipped the screen so that it's not upside down. And besides, the amount of time I'd be using a floppy disk, it minimizes the pain. I mean, the important thing is it's at least usable. And okay, unfortunately, this bar here is a bar where edit has gray and not blue. So it does look like... Okay, it does look like... Okay, it looks like I will probably have to take the panel apart because it looks like there might be a... Yeah, it looks like it's in the panel. Okay, it was worth a shot. So at least we know it's not the connector on this end. I don't want to steal from Trina's stream tomorrow, but this was the easiest way to have more blue on the screen to tell exactly where the problem was. It did look like, though, if I pressed in the right spot, it did come back. So I'm hoping the panel itself is okay, and it's maybe a cold solder joint on the ribbon connector. Yeah, it was worth a shot. I don't blame... I should have probably tried that anyways. Anyways, there we go. Okay, so more things to do to it, but at least I have a Floppy emulator in it, so when I do have parts to do some of the other things, or the desire to have a stream where I disassemble a panel to try to reflow the ribbon inside the panel, I mean, at least I have a working floppy drive so that I can boot things to test it. Because it's kind of hard to tell that you've got a problem with the screen that involves only one color when all you have is the text screen that is in black and white. Because the yellow color that's showing up because the blue is missing is actually very hard to tell on a black and white screen. Because in fact, I think it's possible that Compaq didn't go for like black and white, but I think the text might actually have it might be like gray anyways. It might be like black and light gray, which is even harder to tell from that, like the blue's missing in part of it. So anyways. Okay, that was worth a shot. I now have documented on the system what needs to be done to it. And I probably can find a compatible screw at the hardware store. It may not be Torx. But as long as it's the correct thread and long enough to reach the metal standoffs, it's good enough. Although it's probably fine with just the 5 screws. Actually, oh, wait a minute. No, that does need to be one of the long screws. That goes through the case. Okay. Anyways, there we go. So we got the problems on a piece of paper. Now the hard drive. Okay, the hard drive bay door on this doesn't like to stay closed either. I may have to. Oh, I may have a little bit of broken plastic on it, but it's probably fixable. Or maybe I have to have the drive in it for it to close. I don't know. Anyways, there we go. Top of the screen's missing blue unless you press down at the right spot. Trackball's not working. Missing a long case screw. But there's no hard drive or caddy. So, but we've got our open flops W1D with USB or micro SD. And then there's your buttons to select, and the little screen is in there. It's really cool. So, put this to the side. Something tells me we're not going to get to the... Oh, you know, I think I just realized. I think the display might actually be warped. wondering if this laptop suffered like some sort of damage, because either the top or the bottom side is warped. I'm wondering if the frame of the display is slightly bent. So maybe the fix is simpler than that. Maybe there's just something that's trying to separate parts in the display, and maybe bending the frame back into shape might be the only fix needed. But anyways, I mean, okay, it's one step closer to being able to use. So let's get back to the Mint 440CX. We'll let's make sure it actually boots. And I think for this one, since it actually has Windows installed and the setup partition and everything, I think I'll be able to get the VGA to work. So let me go ahead and plug the VGA in. It's possible there's a setup setting you have to... All right, I hear the hard drive. That's good. All right, so we are running the... Oh, actually... All right, I don't remember how you get into the setup on these. Is it like F2 or delete? Let's try this again. Oh, we got a keyboard error because I'm hitting F2. Oh, well. I'll have to look at how you get into setup on these. But anyways. Oh, yeah. There we go. See, previous owner had Norton Antivirus on this, so... That is great that we are... we are running a Norton Antivirus scan. Oh, and... That is weird. Why is my... Okay. So, on my multi-sync monitor to my right, I see the entire screen. Also, as far as I can tell, the scaler... That is what the scaler is sending to my capture card. It, yeah, sure enough. There's something about the 640 by 350. Oh, the Ethernet driver can't find the PCMCIA card. That is okay. So, all right. Let's see if maybe it's the scaling. Follow in. No. All right. Oh. Okay. I don't know what my scaler doesn't like about the resolution this computer's outputting. I'm hoping when it gets to Windows, it might correct itself. Yeah, that is really weird. And no, it's still not correcting itself. is really weird. I mean, it's not at outside the realm of possibilities that this computer is outputting a resolution that it doesn't like. Because seemingly we're running at 640 by 350. That doesn't make a lick of sense. Although, if the scalers decided to... Alright, I'm going to my multi-sync monitor. I'm trying to read the menu button. That's not the menu button. Alright, so... Nope, that's not it. Is that it? Nope. Trying to go to the menu on my multi-sync monitor. So my multi-sync monitor is telling me that we are running at well, hold on while I try to figure out which of the buttons I need to hit to. Okay, is that it right there? No. Oh, there we go. Press. Okay. My multi-sync monitor sees we're running at 640 by 480 at a vertical refresh rate of 57.6 hertz. Well, that's probably why the display is hertzing. Yeah. And Ron, of Ron's Computer Videos, joins just in time to say, such a weird aspect ratio. I'm going to talk to the projectionist. Yeah. Ron, I would be curious to know what my audio sounds like to you, because I have tried to balance which filters I'm running with the need to kill some occasional background noise. Which at the moment, I turned the dinosaur off because I was wanting people to hear a failing hard drive, but yeah, this is weird. So it's like my computer, my multi-sync monitor sees the correct refresh rate. I think my scaler does not like 57.6 hertz. I think that's the problem. Okay, Ron's saying the top 10% of your audio is squished, but it's 1,000,000,000% better than it has been in the past. All right, I'm glad at least I've made some progress. I am going to endeavor to try to tweak the rest of the filters to try to see if I can balance it a little better. But at least I apparently figured out which of the filters was really hurting it, and I will not turn it back on. I think the one that was causing me trouble is I had a background noise filter. Thank you, Ron. I have a $5 super chat from Ron's Computer. I am trying to mess up everyone's channel name tonight. We have a $5 super chat from Ron's Computer Videos. 1,000,000,000% better. Thank you, Ron. I about said Ron's Computer Museum, which would be par for the course, because apparently I said Jeremy's Vintage Apple Tech or something like that earlier in the stream. Probably Dave's Hillbilly Shack or something like that. So I'm just getting everyone's channels mixed up. Juan's Compy Videos. Yeah. Okay, so this laptop does work. Kind of questionable on the refresh rate. I have a feeling the problem with this computer is... Actually, I wonder if I did this. Nope. I do there we go. Okay, I know what the problem is. I have a feeling if I went to my, in fact, I can do this from the scaler, which is a little bit easier to manage. There we go. Okay, we're at 640 by 480. I suspect if I go to the multi-sync monitor, it's now going to tell me that we're running at 640 at 60 hertz. And I can tell you exactly what the problem was. So I am only showing on the VGA output. The problem was it was using the same refresh rate for the panel as the VGA out when I was using both. And apparently the panel in this laptop runs at 57.6 hertz, which kind of hurts. And my scaler was not having any of it. But now, when I told it to go just to the VGA out, we now have a rock solid 640 by 480 at probably 60 hertz. And the scaler is like, oh, I can draw that. Yay. So I talked with the projectionist, in other words. So there we go. So let's get this. We got some other funny channel names. Let's see. I'm going to check them out in the chat. All right, we will turn this off so I can start disassembly. All right, we had these suggestions of other channel names that I can get mixed up. Mac 84's Hillbilly Shed. We have the Big Bad. I'm presuming Francois meant the Big Bad Biochemist. Although I guess we could have the Big Bag Biochemist. Thomas Armstrong says, I could use more sync. Francois says, Rudy's Weirdo Intense. Trina's Trek No Bibble. And yes, that would be TREK. Emphasis on the Star Trek. Gutbum says, Francois, that last one is accurate. So Trina, there you go. It's your second channel name. Trina's Trek No Bibble. Or Trek No Babble. Not responsible if Paramount comes after you. They can be jealous of their names. Thomas Armstrong, Fortune of eBay. Yeah. That should be. Maybe I need to do another animation for when I get the really nice things from eBay to emphasize the niceness, but Ron says Trina's Techno Tribble. It was no tribble at all. All right, so now everyone is going to get to see how you disassemble one of these, even though I already did it. So this computer also has 20 megabytes in it. I want to say that... so this one has a Compaq... Oh, I know why this one has 20 megabytes in it. So the 475CX I bought had the 20 megabyte upgrade in it. This one, I had bought some memory upgrades from eBay, and this is the one of the two that I bought that actually worked. So I upgraded this one to 20 megabytes. The other one came from eBay with 20 megabytes. Thomas Armstrong says, Ron's howdy. All right, so let's get this bezel off. Actually, these bezels are fairly easy to get off. The trickiest part is there are some, like, catches at the floppy drive. You just kind of have to bend it up carefully. Anyways, there's our plastic. Oh, there we go. All right, if anyone was wondering, we have the Intel 486 DX240. Yep. So this uses a 20 megahertz system bus. That is definitely an odd one for PC. But for laptops, well, not so odd. Francois says, and it's 4 a.m. Wow. Where does time fly when we're having fun? Oh, yeah, it's like 10 o'clock now. Like, the time when I might usually be getting to... Oh. You know, my other LTE Elite did not have this little bracket doodle, so... Yeah, this one I don't think anyone had ever been in before. The other one, I think someone had been in it, so... Alright, so anyways, what I am going to do is I am going to very carefully... let's see here. Pull the latches up here. I can unplug this cable. There we go. And now the floppy drive should just pull up. Alright, and I will... For continuity, I will use the same cable. So here's the floppy drive that was in here. It's, of course, a Citizen W1D. All right, so here's the floppy drive that I put the belt in tonight. There we go. It's marked new belt, December 23rd, 2024, at 28 years, 6 days old, because there's the original manufacturing date. So I made sure that I pointed out to someone who looks at this in the future that I missed the birthday of this drive by 6 days. But I won't kick myself too hard because A, it's kind of hard to kick yourself, and B, well, I don't think this drive's birthday fell on one of my normal... Oh, wait a minute. That would have been Tuesday, wouldn't it? Let's see here. Well, actually, you know, maybe that did fall on one of my normal streaming days. Oh, well. Alright, so I'm trying to push the ribbon cable into the connector on the floppy drive. It is not as easy... Because unlike some of the other connectors that have a latch that holds it in, so you can push it in easily and then it latches, these, there's no latch, so you have to push it in. Thomas says, I saw a hockey player kick himself and went straight to ER. Yeah, I bet so. Yeah, I don't need to... Alright, we'll put it this way. I'm not going to try to kick myself so that I don't risk having to go to the ER. There we go. Alright, so let's plug the floppy cable back in. Alright, I'm not going to reassemble this completely before testing. We will, I don't feel that lucky. Although, you know, I am kind of wondering one thing before I completely... Actually... You know, I was kind of wondering if maybe I should pull the floppy... Oh, okay. I am going to do that if I can get it off. No, I'd have to disassemble the drive to do that. Never mind. Okay. I was going to say, you know, maybe I should have pulled the button off of this one and put it on, but yeah, the one that was on this drive looks good enough, so we'll leave it. All right. So now... Well, that was a mess. Oh, there we go. I think now it's in. All right. There we go. All right. Floppy cable's in. All right, there we go. So let's plug this laptop back in. Let's maybe see if I can figure out how to get into setup. I think that's the power button right there. Oh, I unplugged the VGA. Just let me. All right, we'll go without that for a moment. Is it F10 or F12? Ooh, that was a good floppy drive seek noise I heard. Okay, I was still unsuccessful at getting into setup. Oh well. Yeah, alright. 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 At least, okay. Well, let's see if I can't. Oh, I bet you've got to be at, hold on, I plugged the VGA cable in, but I think because it wasn't plugged in when I started to boot, I don't think I can switch to it. I wonder if this computer requires it to be plugged in at boot. Or maybe when Windows loads, maybe that'll load the driver and the driver will see I've got the display plugged in. Sad Max says, I've managed to kick myself, but it's usually with my heel. Yeah. Gupum says, I've kicked myself with an ice skate. That does not sound like fun. This laptop must not have a sound card in it, because I'm... Alright. Alright, let's exit Windows. Alright, let me see if I can figure out how to get into setup on an LTE Elite, because LTE Elite setup. Because apparently the keys that I am spamming to get into setup are the wrong keys. All right. I'm pretty sure this laptop hard drive has setup on it. So, da, 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 da. Troubleshooting. Let's see here. The wrong. Looks like the service. Oh, that's the wrong manual, I believe. All right. Jesse says F10. All right. Well, let's. All right. Let me spam F10. Oh, we got a keyboard error. I wonder why, laptop. I wonder why. Oh. Also, now we at least have that. Oh, there we go. It's asking if I want to go into setup. Yay. All right. Because I don't have a... Oh, actually, I do have a NiCad battery in this. Oh, I bet I just need to leave this plugged in to let the NiCad battery charge, because I think I've got one of Jesse's replacement NiCad batteries in here. It says cells made in Japan, replaces Compaq, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I think this is one of Jesse's battery packs. Ah, okay, Jesse says if no rectangle comes up in the upper right after the 2 beeps, you have no diagnostic partition. Well, it looks like I do here. Let's see, computer setup. If it's black or orange, it's my... Yeah, it's black, so I just need to let it charge. All right, we are loading from hard drive. Oh. Look at that moire pattern. All right, date and time not set. Enter correct date and time. Well, it is, believe it or not, LTE 12, 23, 24, which I'm pretty sure 12, 23, 99. How's that? All right. And we are at 10, 12 p.m. All right, I'll just have to use DOS to set the better year. I wonder if there's a BIOS update that adds year 2000 compliance. Probably not. Oh, there we go. You can't see half of it. So we have an LTE Elite 440C. We've got 20 megs of RAM, 171 megabyte hard disk. I don't know what we're going to be able to do with all that power. All right, I'm going to internal display features. I will leave that enabled. All right, I'm just checking a few things in setup. We got serial ports on, no passwords, power management. That's probably fine. All right, well, we'll exit that and let it write it to CMOS. And, oh, we got a computer checkup. That's cool. All right, let's first inspect. Let's see what it says. Unfortunately, the cool thing you don't see is there's a Compaq logo at the bottom of the screen. I mean, Compaq's branding was quite on point. Although I could maybe... Oh, there we go. There we go. Now you can see everything, and I can too. All right. There we go. I'll fix the date in DOS. All right. Well, that looks good. Let's see, was there anything... ROM. All right, so we got system ROM revision 9994. I don't know if there's a BIOS update, but anyways, if anyone's of the know, right offhand. All right, so video, we've got... Oh, well, that's... All right, well, let's see. I was trying to see if there was anything interesting. Maybe this... Okay. There is from 97. All right, so I may have to find the BIOS update. All right, let's go ahead and run a test while we got this open. Maybe it's... All right, Compaq diagnostics are intended for testing only Compaq supplied components. All right, well, I think we're fine there. All right, if running from diskette, leave it in. And place diskettes in all other drives. All right, well, I got a disk. I don't know if it's good or not, but we'll put it in the floppy drive I repaired. Place a blank tape cartridge in each tape drive unit. Place a CD-ROM in each CD-ROM drive unit. Ensure all phone cables are disconnected. Press enter. All right. Oh, Jesse can't post the link, though. Okay, I'll figure that out. Hold on a second. Let me figure... I gotta go to... Let me see. Probably in... Okay, You might be able to post it now, Jesse. Otherwise, I have no idea what the problem is. Because if I got the floppy disk working, I'll, well, we might update the BIOS on one of these tonight. Probably this one, because... Oh, yeah, I'm looking at this 475CX, and... Wow. Oh, you know, I think some of the wonkiness, now that I'm looking at it, I think I didn't get the front trim on right. But still, something looks askew. The floppy drive sounded good. Also, while we wait for this to run, I'm going to, well, I don't know. I'm still not entirely convinced that there's not something warped in that 475CX, but, what do you know? I recognize that web server. Oh yeah, it's, Retrotech Chris's shadow of the old Compaq site. Yeah, there we go. Creates the ROM pack for the computer. There we go. Oh, yeah, and it adds year 2000 compliance. Excellent. Oh, yeah, this floppy drive has to be working. I mean, for sure. Oh, excellent. So the enhancement of this latest ROM from Compaq, year 2000 compliance, ensures that the year and century values in the system date are updated properly through the year 2079 NSTL Y2K compliance. Excellent. Run that on any DOS or 32-bit system. Makes the ROM pack for your Compaq, yes. I think this floppy drive is fixed. Although, we'll know for sure once it tells me the testing progress. I mean, I'm hearing it seek, and I'm pretty sure it's not going to seek if it's not spinning. Yeah, Ron says, that's ridiculous. What are folks supposed to do in 2079 now? Yeah, they'll have to resurrect the Compaq company just to make another ROM update. All right, come on, Compaq. We want to know, did I fix the floppy drive? Errors have occurred. Uh-oh. All right. Diskette drives fail. Wah, wah, wah. I mean, that could have been a bad floppy disk. We'll go into DOS and we'll try to format it because it's just a floppy disk I found at random. All right. Well, let's cancel here, and we'll exit diagnostics, and then we'll go to. I mean, I could try to create a. All right. let's go back to DOS, and then we'll try formatting I've got a couple floppy disks. We'll try formatting a few and seeing if any format. All right. And for expedience, because all we're going to do is format. All right, it is 12, 23, 2024. That. There we go. Now I fixed the date, although I'm sure the BIOS will probably go crazy next time I go in it. All right. Format. Let's see. Format a colon. Oh. All right. Is checking existing disk format. Actually, we're bad. Disk unusable. All right. Maybe I should. Let me see if I can find the cleaning diskette. I don't know why I didn't put the cleaning diskette back where I normally keep it. That may not have been a good disk. All right, I got a couple other disks we can try too. It's also possible that I did not fix it, and I'll be replacing it with the solid state option. All right. Hold please, I'm trying to find the. All right. While I'm looking for the floppy disk, the head cleaning disk, I did manage to figure out what type of battery the. You remember I bought a multi-expander board for my XT. Well, I didn't buy it for the XT, but at the moment it'll live in the XT because it's an 8-bit card and it works with it. I did figure out what size battery it was. It was actually not a CR2430 like we thought. It was actually a CR2320, which I had to order a package of them from Amazon just to confirm that that's actually the size it was, not a 2430. So, yeah, I should have known when I measured it, and the diameter seemed to be a little bit off for a CR2430 that I was buying the wrong thing at the hardware store. But the hardware store didn't have CR2330s. Or, no, not CR2330. CR... Oh, yeah, CR2330, yeah. So, they didn't have CR23 anything to have warned me that what I was buying was wrong. Okay, I do not see my cleaning disc, so we will try a couple other discs, and... Alright, so let's try this one here. And... I'm not so sure. Okay, I mean, that could be a bad disc. Well, that disc is... Oh, that one's got a bent shutter, so I'm going to have to be extra careful with it. Alright. Alright, well, that's 3 discs that I don't know if they're actually bad. It is quite possible there was more wrong with that BIOS than the belt. So, all right, short of me finding the cleaning disk, all right, let's see. Where did I really don't know why I find the need to hide my cleaning disk. In reality, I probably just simply misplaced it after using it the last time. Alright. The weird thing is, there's the bottle of cleaning solution that goes to it. In the drawer that I usually keep the cleaning disc in, but I do not see the cleaning disc. Yet I have 3 hard drives in the drawer, a bunch of PCBs from a particular PCB manufacturing company, 2 TI calculators, Alright, where? Alright, let me see if I can. I have a feeling the cleaning disk is on my bench. Because it's the one last thing I want to do before I, like, say the drive is definitely bad. Is I would like to run it through the cleaning cycle. But I do not see the cleaning disk. Which theoretically means it's in a stack of floppy disks somewhere. Alright. Hold, please. Let me walk around my workbench. By chance, it got pushed further than I can reach. I did that. Yeah. That fall off my workbench. Good thing I walked around it. Alright. Alright, there's another floppy disk. That one actually might be a good floppy disk. Hold on, I have a feeling it's probably in this spot of my workbench, which is out of my reach while streaming. Oh. there. I have obviously something is something is setting on top of it that makes it so that I can't see it. I'm pretty sure I would remember if I wore it out and had to dispose of it. Oh, all right. Well, maybe the maybe the floppy drive is too far gone. Maybe it really would like to try cleaning it before I give up on it. But I wasn't sure that I could clean it with a swab because it's a more fragile mechanism than a desktop floppy drive. I do not know what I did with my cleaning disk. Okay. All right. Let me go look in like one or two last places. There are like one or two floppy drives that maybe I cleaned, left the cleaning disk with the system by accident. So let me double check that that's not in with that. Okay, I found 4 more floppy disks. And where I had them makes me think that they're actually good disks. So, since I can't find another disk to try to format, I'm going to actually try to boot from this disk here, which I know is bootable, or at least it was. And let's see if it actually boots. Oh, and I think I accidentally pressed a button when I kept the scaler from falling off the bench. There we go. Well, it sounds like it's trying to boot. And that, alright. That was a failure. It didn't boot from the disk. And I don't know what I did with my cleaning disk. Alright. I'm like, obviously I put the cleaning disk somewhere for safekeeping. And then told myself to forget where I put it for longevity preservation. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Because it is not where I normally keep it. So I guess I'm going to have to get another cleaning disk. Yeah, we're still live. I was trying to find my cleaning diskette. I thought I might have misfiled it, and no, it's not where I thought I might have misfiled it. Because this floppy drive I repaired is not working, and I wanted to try cleaning it before I called it non-functional, but I can't find my cleaning disk. Alright. So, I don't know. I think Squawkers carried it off. That's my second theory, and I'm sticking to it. And that might be because I just found a Squawkers sticker. Where would if I was using the cleaning disk, and I wanted to misplace it, where would I put it? I would leave it in a system. Do I have a disk drive that I tried cleaning, and then maybe the cleaning disk got stuck in it? No, I would remember that. I don't know. I guess I'll probably just order another one. I don't know what I did with it. Anyways, I don't think this floppy drive. Well, it certainly doesn't meet my definition of working to keep it in the system. I mean, maybe someday I'll try repairing one of these other 2 drives, and maybe I can pull the belt out of the one I tried to repair, and maybe one of these others is more functional. It's quite possible maybe the one that was in this computer might be more repairable, because this computer had a lot less runtime to it than the first. That's just evident by its pristine condition. So I'm going to well, all right. So the drive I tried to repair well, we'll call that a failed success, and that I did manage to get the belt in, but well, it was kind of a failure. All right, so let's go ahead and put the other open flops W1D in this computer, so that at least I have a working floppy solution, because I would like to be able to get this because okay, so this computer has the worst display of the color ones, but I mean, at least it works. So, all right, let's very carefully plug the ribbon cable in. There we go. And we'll tilt the open flops in, like so. Push it in. If we get it in all the way, it should push down, like that. There we go. Beautiful. All right, now let's take the provided screws and oh, interesting. This one has 2 screws included with it. Oh, okay. I guess the other one maybe had an extra screw in case he actually, in case I lost one or he forgot to include one. All right, so this one's got exact count. That's fine. All right. This is a Phillips screw. I think that is the correct bit for it. There we go. There we go. There's that, and okay, I just wanted to make sure got it in. So I screwed it down until the screws are up against the board, but hopefully not over tightened. All right, and then we'll do this. And there we go. All right, and now to test, we will plug in the thumb drive here. All right, now let me plug back in, and we will boot mem test. In fact, actually, because the flash floppy saves the last disk image used to your USB drive, it actually will boot into mem test because that's the last thing I used it with. It doesn't matter that I put it in another floppy emulator. All right, very good, and hopefully, there we go, and there we go. It should be, and there we go. We have booted mem test from the OpenFlops W1D. No fuss, no muss. I mean, if it was shampoo, it would be no tears, I would presume. And I'm hoping that we're just kind of in a chat lull because that's kind of concerned me when oh, there we go. Ron says no coconuts. Yeah. Yeah, this would be Johnson & Johnson, no more tears. I mean, look at that. just a floppy emulator. It fits very neatly into the opening that exists on the case. The USB port goes where the eject mechanism was, which conveniently is just big enough to plug in a thumb drive. But there's a micro SD card on it. And yeah, it's like, I mean, what more could I ask for? So actually, I should be able to make a ROM pack disk for this computer, which, all right, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to let MemTest run here for a moment. Because luckily, now that it's in memory, I don't have to worry about it. I'm going to take the thumb drive that I was using. All right, I'm going to plug it into my streaming computer here. And I'm going to use WinImage. So I'm going to use WinImage to create 2 disk images. The first one is going to simply contain the SoftPack executable that Jesse put in the chat. And the second one is going to be a blank image that I can put that... Actually, I don't need to go that far. I just need one. I'll just let it... I'll copy that executable to the hard drive, and then I'll just run the... and use that. So actually, I'm just going to create one. Keep it simple. All right. And we will call this image SoftPack 5989. All right. So it's new high density disk. All right. So let me inject the ROM pack file. You can consider this a preview of Trina's stream tomorrow. All right, and we are going to save. And we will call it SP5989. Actually, let's call this a slightly more creative name. How about LTE Elite BIOS Update? All right. There we go. Sometimes the best name is the simple name. All right. And then I need to tell my antivirus to stop scanning that USB disk because it will take forever if I don't. Because it is going to... Because I have a bunch of Amiga disk images on that thumb drive. And... well, it will scan them too for viruses. And I have it on good authority. It probably won't find any PC viruses on those Amiga disk images. All right. So now that I've done that, let's... yeah, Francois says... Francois says, hey, you're stealing Trina's idea. 12-hour mem test. Well, actually, this mem test could take 12 hours to run on its own because it's a 486DX240 and 20 megabytes of RAM. Mikey says, Lone Ranger theme is going in my head. Da-da-da. All right. All right. Let's see here. I will have to wait for it to... I figured out it will not let me go to external display until it actually starts booting the OS. All right. There we go. So now you can see what I'm doing. All right. So I'm going to put the thumb drive in. I'm going to attempt to... there we go. All right. So let's see. Do I have the temp directory? I do not. All right. Make sure temp. CD temp. All right. Copy A:/SP. What's the name of that file again? 5989.exe. 5989.exe. I think, let's see here. Oh, that is really cool that there's apparently a little speaker on this. So it sounds like I have a little laptop floppy drive working. All right. So now I have the soft pack on this computer. So I am going to run the soft pack. We need one formatted floppy. All right. Page down to view license agreement. All right. Type agree to agree to terms. All right. So it's drive A. All right. We've got a disk in. So when we're done, I will have a ROM pack disk image, and we'll boot from that. I suspect that's the case. And then that should upgrade the BIOS of this computer, and then we will have Y2K compliance. Yay! I hope. And then we'll update the other LTE Elite so that it's Y2K compliant too. Yay! But it will not be Y2K80 compliant. Boo. So I guess for Ron's next sci-fi action thriller, I guess an LTE Elite won't be the laptop that saves the day. We'll have to get Ron an LTE 5000 series instead. Wow, was it really that easy? All right, Control Alt Delete. Let's boot from that disk image. Okay, we're booting from it. Here we go, so that everyone can see the full screen. So if something fails live on screen, we will see it all fail live on screen. Wow, I always like the Compaq update. Look at the attention to detail for their firmware update utility. I mean, there we go. Following is a list of upgradable devices in your computer. All right. All right. Well, here we go. So we're going to go from the September 9th, 1994 to the December 23rd, 1997 image. Wow, we are installing this BIOS update on its birthday. This BIOS update is 27 years old. All right. Here we go. We're installing a 27-year-old ROM pack. Released 27 years ago today. I cannot make this stuff up. Must have been Compaq's Christmas gift to the LTE world in 97. I mean, I feel like RetroTech Chris should be here in the chat to commemorate the occasion or something like that. We'll update the other LTE. Oh, there we go. See, there we go. I can't make this up. The new ROM version is 27 years old today. Without the OpenFlops W1D, we would not be able to see this on its birthday. It's like a special December event. And yet the BIOS update looks like it's running Windows, but it's like pseudo Windows. Unlike the LTE 5000 series, where I think the setup program is actually running Windows 3.1. There we go. Please remove the ROM pack diskette and cycle power. All right, well. Oh. Mikey says, I don't think the chips like having a lightning bolt through them like that. Yeah, I think you are correct there. All right, I have power cycled the system. Oh, I know why I have trouble getting into setup. It's because you want to press F10 when you see there's a little rectangle that appears in the corner of the screen. There we go. So let's see here. We will view system information. It should tell us we have the ROM pack. We'll confirm we have the latest ROM, and then we'll go back to computer setup and see what it shows for the date. All right, so ROM. There we go. 12/23/97. All right, we have the latest ROM. Excellent. Let's go to computer setup. That's where we had trouble entering the date. This BIOS is supposedly Y2K compliant. I'm hoping there's not like a update to the setup partition I also have to install, but all right, there we go. Go to the processor and memory. Whoop, there's my serial number. I guess I may have trouble registering that on iCloud. Oh. Well, I don't see where you enter the date here, so that's weird. Hmm. All right, good night, Francois. Well, I guess. I mean, I guess we got the BIOS update, and I guess it's Y2K compliant. Oh, interesting. Oh, I think I may have just realized where the maybe that's where the other screw went in that other LTE Elite. I think there was supposed to be one inside the computer to hold the power supply in. Jesse says, I don't remember the exact service pack for the latest setup utility. Well, I'm sure I could probably dig it up. Oh, Chris, I am still going. This is the LTE Elite 440, the one I picked up at Be Thrifty last year. We just installed a ROM pack to this computer that was released 27 years ago today. I don't know. It's like mind blown. And it's the one that added Y2K compliance to this system. So it's like, it was Compaq's gift to the world, Christmas gift to the world, 27 years ago. And I installed it on this one. And I'm going to update the other one too, because how often do you get to install a ROM update that is like 27 years old exactly? I probably do need to install the latest setup partition on this computer, but Jesse can't remember the service pack number. But I do know where the ROM pack came from, so that at least gets me a start. Chris says, I'm sitting here watching my 486 negotiate an SSL connection. 5 minutes and counting. Ah! Alright. Well, that's at least one more step closer to this computer running better than the faster one. Oh, well. Chris says, a lot of that might be Java overhead. Yeah, probably. I don't know what this computer had in it, but wait a minute. I just unplugged this computer and it's still on. Is the battery in this system actually like... Wait a minute. Well, Jesse, I think we might have a good candidate for a battery cell replacement, because I just unplugged this computer from power, and, like, it didn't immediately power off. I think this battery pack in this one might actually have enough life in it that we could actually... Jesse says, if it's still on, it's a winner for rebuild. All right. I will mark this one so that I remember that this one is a good rebuild candidate. Because, yeah, that's definitely a sign it tried to recharge it. And at least it has some life left. Okay, that's quite honestly impressive. All right, let's get this trim back on this one so I can get it back in its case. And then we'll pull the other one out again and we'll give it a ROM update, because Jesse says, I have lots of extras of these. All right, well, I'll have to... Well, it'll probably be early next year. But yeah, it kind of... just say that for some of these that I know I've got a battery pack that is a candidate for rebuild, I'd like to actually maybe get one or two of them rebuilt so I can actually use them. So if this one's a good candidate, then by golly, I will add it to my list. And at least that means I'd at least have one good LTE Elite battery. Oh, let me go back to table cam. All right. I'm just gonna go ahead and button this back up now that we've got the open flops W1D in it, because, well, my attempt to repair the Citizen floppy drive failed. I don't know if that's because the heads are dirty and I can't find my cleaning disc, or maybe because the floppy drive was worse off than I thought and maybe there's just something wrong with it. Or maybe I put it together wrong. I don't know. Possible I bent the heads in an attempt to take it apart, because there's actually the metal frame that the disc goes in. When you put the disc in, you have to bend the heads up slightly to get the frame out of the drive to be able to get to the belt. It's like, was obviously designed for probably putting it together, but certainly not designed for taking it apart again to replace the belt that turns gooey. All right, so here we go. It's my LTE Elite 440C. It is like minty fresh. It is so minty fresh, I am not going to put the tape on the laptop. Okay, what I'll do is I will put the tape on... that's what I'll do. I will put the tape on the battery just because this laptop is so minty fresh that I don't even want to get a little bit of tape goo on it. All right. I am going to, I'll just leave a note that this is, rebuild. There we go. There we go. On the battery itself. There we go. Excellent. So, yep, this might be a lowly DX240. Might only have a 171 megabyte hard drive. Oh, like a, okay, it's got a, well, I just realized it's got a broken clip. Well, okay, so it's got a broken clip. Other than that, it's like minty fresh. Oh, well. Plastic gets brittle, so... I mean, even the rubber feet are in good shape. That's pretty amazing. All things considered, this thing is like in excellent condition. I can overlook a broken clip because it's like all the doors are present. It's like so clean. I don't even need to retrobrite this thing. This is like just in fantastic condition. And the thing is, that open flaps W1D, you know, if you're kind of like using the laptop like this and someone just walks around it, they might not ever really notice that it doesn't have a floppy drive in it. But that's like a really nice design. And the thing is, this laptop has its carrying bag, so I don't know what's on these discs. And there's its manual, but there we go. It's cool. It's got its original carrying bag. And let me see. Oh, yep. And then there's some paperwork from the original owner telling them how to get on their network. And, oh, apparently it came with TabWorks. Okay. I think I did, take the business card that was in here out just because it had someone's name on it and they may still be around somewhere. And I mean, not like we need to advertise that was their computer because I don't know what they're doing now. They could be in the NSA for all I know. Could be like an undercover agent for some three-letter agency that I don't really need to have them asking me why I just released the name of their secret agent that's like on some top secret mission in New Jersey. Yeah, Chris says, given the area that laptop came from, yeah. Yeah, I'm like, it's just some things I'm like, nope, I'll let the person that used to own it have their privacy because, oh, there's a diskette controller error. Interesting. Oh, maybe that's because I jammed the thumb drive in while it was... Oh. Oh, hold on. Oh, I did something silly. Apparently I somehow put the flash floppy in firmware update mode. That's probably why it wasn't very happy with me. All right. There we go. Now maybe it won't give me a diskette controller error. Jesse says the Contura Aero image came with TabWorks. Chris says, yeah, Compaq was big on TabWorks back in the era. All right, so hopefully this computer is going to boot into the BIOS update. Now, the one thing about this computer, I can't get the display to switch. I don't know if that's because the setup partition's missing and thus Compaq punishes me because, like, I don't even see the VGA out on my separate monitor, so also possible there's something wrong with the... Actually, I got a diskette controller error. But it is booting from the disk, so maybe, I don't know. That's weird. All right, we are booting from the disk. Oh yeah, the screen is oh, look at that. I just fixed it again. It was actually flickering yellow, probably because I was losing the blue. Yeah, definitely there's like some cold solder joint or something. All right, we'll go ahead and update this BIOS. Let's see what date this one has. Oh, okay, so this system BIOS is 7/19/1995. So this one has a slightly newer version. In fact, I think I saw this version. Nope, that one's not on the. I don't know what that one version is. It's older than's on the page Jesse sent me, because that one has a couple of older versions. All right, well, definitely want to update this one. At least it'll be one step closer to being a fully functional Y2K compliant computing citizen of the world, or something like that. There we go. I bet this display is going to behave until I bend the hinge again. So, yeah, totally probably needs... Oh, no, it started misbehaving again. All right. I don't know why it just started beeping. I think it's backing up the original ROM, which it didn't do that on the first one. That's weird. Oh, here we go. Chris sent me the... Oh, there we go. Computer setup and diagnostics for portables. Okay. All right, we are going to update the firmware. Oh, that's interesting. So there's a ROM pack, and it's good for... There we go. Yeah, it's been reprogrammed. So this setup disk is good for... Wow, all the LTEs. That's interesting. Yep, I'll definitely have to check that out. Probably create a couple disk images. Oh, there we go. Chris says service pack 58, 5989 supersedes an older one. Yeah, that probably is. Yeah, Chris says it's a service guide for all Compaqs. I just so happen to have it at lte5000.linderman.com. Yes. Glad you've got it there, because don't know where I would find it otherwise. Because at least I know I can trust that website. I mean, it's probably... Someone's probably got it on archive.org too, but... I don't know if I can find the disk I want to use. There it is. All right, so I gotta get a hard drive caddy for this system. Chris says, I think each series has its own ROM pack. Yes, I believe that is correct. It would not surprise me, though, if the setup was common among many models, because I've often wondered if the setup was like a GUI interface to an API that's on the ROM pack. It would be an interesting way of doing it, but that would be one way of giving the user a modern interface for the setup program, yet while retaining the low level of how to do it in the ROM. And I guess it would let you update the interface if necessary, or update the ROM if necessary. Yeah. Chris says, oh, totally. Yeah, that setup program looks so dated. Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me at all if that's what they, like, came up with. Uses the logo from the older Compaq systems. Yeah, they couldn't afford a graphics designer, probably. Maybe that was just embedded down in the ROM somewhere and they couldn't figure out how to change it. All right, I know you can't see it because I, for some reason, cannot get VGA mirror out to work on this computer. I don't know if it's because there's a fault with the system board or the system, since there's no setup, I haven't been able to set anything to let it work. Because I think there is a BIOS setting related to VGA out. But, I mean, I am in DOS again, so... Alright. I am going to try to put this top cover on again, because... Jesse says, the HP DL380P G8 still uses that Compaq-based BIOS update. Yeah, they couldn't figure out how to make it HP, so they're stuck with that one. Problem with sometimes with older code, the people that knew how it worked retired years ago, and all right, I did a very poor job of aligning the top cover last time I had this open. I guess I can also double check that there's not like... Actually, I think the problem with VGA out on this one is there is a setting, I saw it on the other one, like some VGA enhanced operation or something. I suspect if you have that disabled, then VGA mirroring does not work. But because I don't have a hard drive caddy for this computer... Actually, you know, I could pull the hard drive out of the other computer, because there's really nothing about this computer that would make that hard drive image invalid, other than I think this computer would have come with something slightly larger than a 171 megabyte hard drive, because this was a higher end computer. I don't think there's anything about that drive that wouldn't work on this computer. Let me see if I can at least get the top one, because I didn't get it snapped in around the floppy drive very well, which meant that I don't think it was aligned very well on the rest of the case either. Oh, yeah. There we go. Alright, there's that. Maybe this is why it looked warped. I just didn't have the plastic trim in very well. There we go. That, I think, actually... Oh, and I forgot. I was going to actually look in it and see if... No, that's what I'm going to do. Okay, I won't put the screws back in. I am going to pull the hard drive out of this other LTE. Let's see if I put this hard drive in, which will mean it will instantly, and without having to go through the various ROM packs, and the fact I only have one caddy for LTE Elite. Because I guess, of course, they couldn't use the same caddy as the 5000 series, I guess. I think in order to release the hard drive, I have to push that button and then pull the drive, and there we go. All right. Oh, Jesse's telling me actually the 5000 caddy is compatible. Oh, excellent. I think I have a spare 5000 caddy. All right. Let's see if having a hard drive in here, which means we have the setup partition and can actually go into setup and set it up, because the problem might be that I think that enhanced VGA operation is probably disabled by default, and there's no settings. So let's see if maybe this fixes the... Jesse says you can use the Armada 7700 caddy in a pinch. All right, let's see here. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I've got oh no. I've got a VGA signal, but I don't see anything on the scaler, so we'll leave it like this. All right. It's telling me missing operating system. That's weird. I'm wondering if this one has a bigger problem than... All right, I got a keyboard error, naturally, because I've been spamming the F10 key. I'm having trouble... Disk 0 error, missing operating system. Okay, that's weird. Oh. Okay, maybe I didn't get the drive in all the way. Hold, please. Contact cleaner. All right, contact cleaner on the hard drive connector. All right, let's see. So I pushed the drive in. I should have thought I felt it press in. All right, all right. I heard it spin up. All right, so let's try that. Disk 0 error, F10 computer setup, missing operating system. So either this drive, like, decided to die right now, or there's something worse wrong with this 475CX than... Well, I guess maybe... I don't know. All right, let's investigate further. Oh, okay. I put a new CMOS battery in this one as well. All right. Oh, let me unscrew the keyboard. Jesse says, if it's the laptop that came from the auction shop in Green Bay, it probably does have bigger problems. I don't remember where I got it. Although I am beginning to think that I am beginning to have that feeling of eBay regret. Like someone has sold me Okay, so I now can confirm this hard drive is fully plugged in to the logic board. All right, I'm going to plug it back in. So now I know that we should be able to see the setup partition. Maybe the hard drive was not fully seated. Of course, honestly, if this continues to not work, I would almost be tempted, though I would have to look in the service manual first to see what I need to do. I would almost be tempted to swap the faster processor into the other computer. No, we still have a disk 0 error. Yeah. I think. All right, I'm beginning to think that this LTE here kind of thinking of all the problems I'm having with it. I can't. I haven't been able to use the VGA out. Like the key sequence just doesn't work. The plugging the hard drive in, I get a hard drive error. It did do some weird beeps when I ran the firmware update. But it did do the firmware update. All right, I'm going to remove this board here. This is the power interface board or something like that. All right, so hopefully I can remember how to put this back together. All right, I think there's just like a header something here. Yep, there we go. Here's where that plugs into. I don't think this board's the problem, although that big orange tantalum capacitor is intimidating. All right, so this is, I think, the PCM CIA card cage. Oh, I think this is the metal shield over it. I'm not going to take this thing completely apart because it is like 11:30, but I was hoping to at least get it far enough apart that I could see if there were any like obvious problems. No. I bet I'd have to remove the entire motherboard. There's the hard drive connector, and I mean, it looks fine. Other than I'm kind of surprised there's not a screw there. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe that's where the. 'Cause I had an. There was an extra screw that I couldn't figure out where it went on this one. Maybe that's where that extra screw went. I don't know why I would have removed that. maybe it's because it was loose, but that, I mean, if that was loose, that could definitely cause a problem. I mean, I guess that's worth a try right there. Oh, no, wait a minute. That went. There we go. All right. All right. I got to at least put it together far enough to plug this board back in. 'Cause it won't. That board is required. Let me at least. Put a screw in. Oh, there we go. All right. All right. That's probably far enough together. Oh, no, the lid switch is fine. Okay, so if I. Well, I bet if I don't plug the keyboard in, I'll get a. Okay, let me plug the keyboard in. Does this drive maybe fit better now? All right, let's try this. How many comps can a Compaq pack? Well, this Compaq's not really even packing one comp. All right, get the keyboard connector out, or the keyboard connector unlocked. Let's plug the keyboard back in, and we'll see if. Probably okay. I think that's far enough in to try to boot. I got the hard drive back in. We got that mystery screw in. Keyboard's in. Power board's in far enough that I can at least, well, that the power button's there and it sees the case lid's open. Hard drive is spun up. And we got a disk 0 error and if at F10 for setup, missing operating system. That is weird. It's almost like the hard drive controller is gone. Well, all right. I guess maybe I should go ahead and put this back together the rest of the way. Because I don't have time tonight to pull it any further apart, but and I don't want to start to take it apart and then have to figure out how to put it back together later because that's how I lose parts. So I'm going to call it on this Compaq tonight, and we'll have to come back to it another time when I can have time to actually take the motherboard completely out and be able to put it back in when I'm done, so I remember how to put the thing back together. So, yep, we're going to call this one... Well, I'm going to have to update my note on it, because obviously there's another problem. That's not on my note, that the hard drive that hard drive interface is not working, which that actually might mean I just need to... Well, I may need to find another motherboard for this laptop. That honestly, at that point, that's telling me that there may actually be something wrong with the motherboard in this laptop. Say it's not so that an eBay seller would sell me... Oh, I forgot to... Oh, wait a minute. I forgot to screw the keyboard. I knew this was going together too easy. I forgot to put the 2 screws to hold the keyboard in. Well, at least I'm getting plenty of practice on installing and removing this plastic piece. There we go. I think I'm almost a pro at removing it and putting it back in and getting all its little clips in the right place. All right. That's kind of the point of, since I'm not sure when I'll get back to this, I'm going to go ahead and reassemble it, because that minimizes the chance I lose parts, because I'm already missing a few things. All right, then we'll put the other one back on the bench, and we're going to make sure that that the hard drive didn't, start failing, because that'd be embarrassing, but not unprecedented. I would say it happened earlier tonight, but I'm not convinced that the Bigfoot drive waited until I had it before it started failing. I would be inclined to say that the failure point was in FedEx's possession. Anyways, I'm not going to... Since I ordered the stuff in one order, well, I won't burst the eBay seller's bubble tonight. I'll just remember that, well, if they say anything, then they can watch tonight's live stream and see that they can see the tracking information says I received it today, and I tested it live on stream, and they can watch F-Disk restart. I didn't even know F-Disk restarted once while it was validating drive integrity or whatever it does. I didn't know it would even restart once. I thought it would, if that failed, it would be like, sorry, try again, this drive is junk. But no, apparently it'll just keep restarting and restarting and restarting, probably in either until the drive up and completely fails or you power the system off. All right, so I got this one back together, and oh look, it doesn't look so badly warped now that I actually got the trim piece on right. All right. So yeah, oh, I guess I need to write on this drive 0 error with 440s HD. All right. Well, unfortunately, we are racking up the errors on that without removing faults. So, bummer. Well, sometimes the LTEs are in your favor, and sometimes you get the. Actually, the other thing I noticed about that 475 is it like when you plug it in it with the lid open, it just turns on. There's no. I'm thinking there might be something wrong with its motherboard the more I think about it. I'm kind of honestly wondering if I just got. Hey, actually tested bad, not tested laptop. Oh, um, would help if I put the hard drive back in, wouldn't it? All right. Okay, the drive spun up, so I know I didn't like completely kill it. All right. If anyone was wondering, did I manage to kill the LTE Elite's original hard drive? No, it's still going strong. So, yep, I'm going to say that there's probably something wrong with the drive controller on that 475, which, well, probably means I just ought to start looking for a replacement motherboard. And there's something wrong with the screen, too. And the trackball. Oh. Well, I mean, I guess at least I've got one working LTE Elite, even if it is the slower one. I'm, I mean, okay, I'm not worried about the network errors. I don't have the PCMCIA card. Whoever had this laptop probably kept it for their replacement laptop because it was not in the bag. Or that, or it got separated from this laptop, so it didn't make it to donation. But yeah, I mean, okay, so. Oh, yep, that is Citrix SEA client. Does this thing have the. Oh, there we go. So it's the Compaq WD24A2 display. That's what video chip's in it. Okay. No, I bet there's no. I bet there's no games on this laptop. Not even like solitaire. Well, I guess that's something to fix later. All right. No business. Like all business and no fun. There's no games on it. Anyways, well, I guess that's probably as good as any of a stopping point that I have. All right, so I guess the LTE 440 got the OpenFlops W1D installed in it, and I mean I knew it worked to begin with. Got its BIOS updated. At some point I'll probably update the setup partition. And the battery seems to be a good rebuild candidate, so that's cool. As for the other LTE Elite, I seemingly have an eBay regret. So, yeah, more work's going to need to be done on that. I kind of wonder if I'm just going to have to replace the motherboard. Because, quite honestly, if the hard drive controller's bad, it's probably integrated into the system chip. And at that point, yeah, it's probably I don't know if it's a chip that could be reflowed. I mean, Jesse says I have 4 of those in a pile. Let me guess. They're problematic. I might have one floating around somewhere. But anyways, I was kind of hoping when I scheduled the stream that we would get to some LTE 5000s, but I guess that was probably asking for a bit too much. So that's where I'm going to call the stream. I guess I'll have Jesse says in various states of disrepair. That's what I suspected. So anyways, I am going to take the win of getting the OpenFlops W1D in the 440 because that means now I can. Jeremy says, I see some small form factor Dells. No, you don't. Well, actually, Jeremy, they've been sitting there for a couple months, so. But yeah, there are a couple small form factor Dells sitting there. 2 to be exact. You might think you see 3, but that's because the one on the bottom is a Compaq. But yeah, we'll have to get to those at some point. So, yeah, so I got one LTE Elite working and one LTE Elite that has worse problems than a screen that loses the blue color. So, on that disappointing bombshell of a former eBay purchase, I guess it's time to end the stream. So don't forget to smash that like button if you like me trying to repair these old computers, even though sometimes I get eBay regrets. But I don't know. I'm not going to say it's totally irreparable, but I suspect a replacement motherboard is in my future because I'm not sure, given the fact the drive controller seems to be bad, I'm not sure that's exactly something I can just repair. I would love to, but yeah. Christian says, I love those machines using an Optiplex P4 for retro stuff. It just works. Yeah. Let me see. I think I've got one of those is a Dell. I want to say one of those is a Pentium 3 and one of those is a Pentium 4 Dell. Because one of them they scrapped at work and I was able to save it from e-waste. The other one I got at the VCF or not the VCF, the system source swap meet back in July or August. One tip on those optiplexes like that: if it doesn't power on, replace the CMOS battery. Ask me how I know. Let's just say that the computer I saved from work, it wouldn't power up, and I had the thing all apart to try to figure out what power supply it needed, and I couldn't find any on eBay. And then luckily I just happened across something on the internet that said that those systems like that require a working CMOS battery to power up. Oh, hey Jay, the House of Moth, is it fixed yet? Well, we got one fixed. So, got one fixed, and one is, well, probably in worse condition than I would have thought from the likely eBay description. But anyways, I was wrapping the stream up because it is getting close to midnight. My feet are cold because it is... My thermometer at my immediate work area says it's 52.3 degrees, but that is probably because, well, that is not the temperature my feet feel. I will put it that way. So, anyways, yeah, so let's see here. Thursday, we are going to have some motherboard madness. And, of course, I put the motherboard in a really... Jay says, you need a Mac Pro in your life to keep the basement at 70 degrees Fahrenheit. That and some insulation. My basement is not insulated. So, any heat I add to it does not stay. Anyway, so Thursday we're going to have some motherboard madness. I have some DOS-era motherboards that need work. And yes, we will start off with the VIP motherboard that I showed off in Wheel of Regrets tonight. I'm hoping it will be an easy fix. If it's not, well, it could be an eBay regret. We'll just say, luckily that eBay seller claims they take returns. After all, I've already found that one of their 3 items was not working like they said, so yeah, we'll see about that. And then Tuesday, no, not Tuesday. Monday, next Monday, because I'm not competing with New Year's Eve, but next Monday, we will be taking a look at the Sun workstation that's behind me. We'll have to get Solaris installed on it so that we can look at the Sun PCI DOS compatibility card for Sun workstations, which came from the same eBay seller as the VIP motherboard and the quote tested, actually failing Quantum Bigfoot hard drive. So yeah, I'm glad I scheduled these 3 streams in within a week of each other because, well, what's more merry than returning one item to an eBay seller is having to return multiples because they, well, we'll see. I may not, I can't repair the motherboard. That one, though, they did in the title say parts, so that one they might balk at. But the hard drive they said was tested, well, we proved that it got damaged in shipping at a minimum. If not, I called their bluff. And, well, the Sun DOS compatibility card, I think they said it was working too, or tested, or working pull or something. So anyways, yeah, I hope it works. But we got to get Solaris installed before I'll be able to try it. So that could be fun. Although I think I did finally get Solaris to start booting last time, so hopefully that'll go quick. Anyway, so yeah, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you know when I go live, because there you go, there's spoilers for the next couple live streams. And in fact, I think I may have even had the idea for the live stream next Thursday. In fact, if I remember, I'll go ahead and schedule it. And don't forget to tell a friend The more the merrier. Then maybe they might like my repair live streams too. Because sometimes I win and sometimes I lose. But I don't give up quite easily. So anyways, yeah, Thomas says, great stream. Thank you, Thomas. With that, I think I'm going to go ahead and find the... there we go. So anyways, wish you all a great rest of your day. Thanks for hanging out in the chat, being cool, being supportive of my Compaq LTE attempts to repair. Yep, Thomas says Merry Christmas. Yes, Merry Christmas to you all. And to all a good night. So take care and God. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.